Welcome to the 17th National Occupational Safety and Health Congress. The theme for this year is Building Resilient OSH Systems at the Enterprise Level. Best OSH Practices Amidst Crises. Please stand by. We will begin in 15 minutes. Please stand by. The 17th NOSH Congress will begin in 10 minutes. Please stand by. The 17th NOSH Congress will begin in 5 minutes. begin the 17th National Occupational Safety and Health Congress. May we request everyone to rise for the singing of the invocation, followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
Lead me, Lord, lead me by the hand and help me face the rising sun. Comfort me through all the pain that life may bring. There's no other hope that I can lean upon. Lead me, Lord, lead me all my life. You are my light, you're the lamp upon my feet. All the time, my Lord, I need you there. You are my light, I cannot live alone. Let me stay by your guiding love all through my life. Lead me, Lord. Lead me, Lord. Even though at times I'd rather go alone my way, help me take the right direction. Take your road. Lead me, Lord, and never leave my side. All my days, all my life. You are my life, my feet. All the time, my Lord, I need you there. You are my light, I cannot live alone. Let me stay by your guiding love all through my life. You are my light, you're the lamp upon my feet. All the time, my Lord, I need you there. I just cannot live alone. Let me stay by your guiding love all through my life, all through my days. So lead me, oh Lord. Lead me.
Let us welcome our hosts, Miss DJ Romero and Miss Cha Dyongson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is DJ Romero. Welcome to the 17th NOSH Congress. Our theme for this year is Building Resilient OSH Systems at the Enterprise Level, Best OSH Practices Amidst Crisis. For the first time, we are doing the OSH Congress online, and so far, this is the biggest gathering of OSH advocates that we have had. I'm sure you're all excited for 3 days of rich discussions on how we can continue working and thriving safely at this time of the pandemic. Good morning, chat.
Right, DJ. Good morning, everyone. I am Cha Diongzon, and we are very happy that you can join us today. Please be reminded that in order to receive your e-certificates, you need to stay for the entire 3 days of the Congress. Our event management partners are monitoring the attendance. Only those who registered via TicketMelon and accomplished the evaluation form, which will be posted at the end of each day, will receive the certificate. For day 3, everyone will be required to accomplish 2 evaluation forms. And now, let's give a virtual warm applause to the Executive Director of the Occupational Safety and Health Center, Engineer Noel C. Binag, who will now give his welcome remarks.
Practices. To the 12,000 participants for joining this event, to our partners for your continued support in our OSH advocacy, to our ASEAN OSNet member states, and to the OSHC staff who work very hard in making this event happen despite the challenges brought by the theme for this year's Congress, Building Resistant OSH System at the Enterprises, Best OSH Practices Amidst the Crisis, emphasizes the vital role of OSH in developing a stronger and healthier workforce that could withstand, adapt, recover not only from the current crisis that we are in, but also for the future health emergencies and accidents. The current situation made us realize that the efforts that we do in keeping our workplace safe and healthy are vital to the community and to the whole nation. With the economic and health challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, we are in dire need of leveraging our OSH system to protect lives and livelihoods. The International Labor Organization recently reported that the COVID-19 pandemic is a global challenge for workplace safety and health. Globally, there are about 13.6 million workers in healthcare and social work who are at serious risk of acquiring the virus in the workplace. In addition, aside from the risk being exposed to the contagion, workers in all sectors face hazards brought about by the new working arrangement and conditions. It has always been our duty at the OSHC to protect and promote the welfare of Filipino workers by conducting mandatory and advanced OSH trainings, information dissemination, and other services. For this year, we have been tasked to conduct 1,000 batches of OSH training to our financially distressed micro and small enterprises. These are made readily available and accessible since they are conducted online. to further strengthen our information dissemination efforts, we have held a webinar series via Zoom and Facebook Live as a prelude to this Congress, which we called Mag-Usap Tayo. This webinar benefited thousands of participants. All of these and other services, such as PPE testing, work environment measure, and occupational health examinations, are aimed at protecting the safety and health of workers while supporting the survival and continuity of businesses. I believe that this Congress will be a productive exchange of information, and we have prepared a wide range of lectures and discussions which will provide valuable inputs in building a resilient OSH systems. We hope at the end of this event, you will leave with greater level of knowledge and information to enhance the safety and health programs, policies, and activities in your respective workplaces. I hope that we continue with our advocacy, and together, let us be significant contributors in the promotion of a safe, healthy, resilient, and a sustainable workplace. Thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you so much, Director Bina, for your warm words of welcome. To give an inspirational message, we have with us the President of the Employers Confederation of the Philippines, Mr. Sergio R. Ortiz Luis Jr.
A pleasant morning to all the attendees, speakers, guests, and officers present today. Allow me to congratulate the Occupational Safety and Health Center, led by Executive Director Engineer Noel C. Binard, as the 17th National Occupational Safety Congress commenced today. With the theme, Building Resilient OSH System at the enterprise level, Best OSH Practices Amidst Crises, we in the Employers Confederation of the Philippines fully support this initiative for this stronger and more developed OSH system would be beneficial for enterprises and our workers to thrive economically despite current limitations caused by COVID-19. This will also ensure a more productive, safe, and healthy workplaces for businesses. Here in ECOP, we believe that our employees are the greatest investment for organizations, and workplace illnesses, injury, or death impose a large cost on the overall productivity of the company, thereby impacting our economy. So it is only right to give utmost attention and importance to our employees' safety and health. For us in ECOP, OSH is non-negotiable. With ECOP's newly established Occupational Health and Hazard Safety Academy, we would also like to thank the Center for your guidance and support for making our plans possible. To end, let me once again congratulate and wish the best for the success of the 17th National Occupational Safety Congress and all of the incoming projects and partnerships of the Center. Together, along with all the employers, trade union representatives, policymakers, and stakeholders, may we always uphold healthy, safe, and inclusive environment for everyone. We look forward to a very close partnership between ECOP and the Center. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Sir Ortiz Luis. We also have an inspirational message from our Commissioner for the Employees Sector, Mr. Carlito P. Roble.
Isang mapagpalayang araw sa ating lahat. Malugod na pagbati ang nais kong isalubong sa lahat na magiging kabahagi ng tanging pagtitipong ito. Napakagandang pagkakataon na tayo ay nagkikita-kita ngayong araw upang muling bigyang pansin at pag-ibayuhin ang kalagahan ng occupational safety and health para sa mga manggagawang Pilipino. Nais ko rin pasalamatan ang OS sa pamumuno ni Executive Director Noel Binag, kabilang ang lahat ng mga opisyal at mga empleyado nito sa kanilang matagumpay na pag-organisa ng virtual na Congress na ito sa kabila ng ating pinagdaanang pandemya ngayon. Sa pamamagitan ng pagtitipong ito, ay tatalakayin ng mga eksperto sa larangan ng occupational safety and health sa iba't ibang industriya ang ilan ng mga pagsubok na kinakaharap ng mga manggagawa sa mga pagawaan at tanggapan at ang mga kaakibat na aksyon upang tugunan ang naturang mga suliranin na kung minsan ay magiging sanhi ng pagkakasakit at sakuna na nagdulot upang matigil ang kabuhayan ng ating mga kababayan. Malaking may tutulong ang mga tamang istahiyang ibabahagi sa araw na ito upang mga bagay na maaari magdulot pa ng dagdag pasakit ng mga manggagawa ay maiwasan. Labis akong nagagalak na maging kabahagi sa pagtitipong ito at kasama kayo. Dalangin ko na ang mga mahalagang kaalamang ibabahagi sa araw na ito ay magiging gabay at ipagtibay sa lahat ng tanggapan ng ating bansa. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Sir Roble. To introduce our keynote speaker, we have our Executive Director, Engineer Noel C. Binag.
Again, good morning, everyone. It is an honor for me to introduce our keynote speaker for today. He is a lawyer, a human rights and a peace advocate, and a public servant. He graduated with a degree in political science from Manuel L. Quezon University in 1966 and earned his Bachelor of Laws from the Ateneo de Manila University in 1970. He first entered government service in 1986 as Undersecretary of the Department of Justice. Then he was appointed as Secretary of the Department from July 1991 to February 1992. He served as a Solicitor General from September 1996 to June 1998, and again as Justice Secretary in 1998. From 2001 to 2004, he served as the chairman of the government negotiating panel for talks with the CPP, NPA, and DF. He also worked as the president and CEO of the Philippine National Oil Company Development and Management Corporation from November 2004 to December 2005. He then became the general manager and CEO of the Philippine Reclamation Authority from January 2006 to December 2006. He also served as a presidential advisor on the new government center from July 2007 to July 2008. Then, he became a cabinet secretary from July 2008 to February 2010. Currently, he is appointed as the Secretary of Labor and Employment. In 2019, a resolution has been filed in the House of Representatives, signed by 90 congressmen, to laud his achievements and outstanding performance as Secretary of the Department of Labor and Employment. They commended his leadership in programs which include, among aiming to end contractualization, creation of one-stop shops, and protecting and promoting of the welfare of Filipino workers here and even abroad. For this year, he was given the Natatanging Cagayano Award for his valuable contribution to the for the promotion and protection of workers' rights in the Cagayan Valley region. He also assumed chairmanship of the governance group of the International Labor Organization. Without further ado, let us all welcome Secretary Silvestre Bebot Bello III.
Maraming salamat, kababayan. Naka-Amerikano ka ngayon, napayat. Executive Director Noel Binag, may kailyan. Uy, katatawag lang sa akin ni Rudy Grapete at saka ni Romy Sales. Na-COVID pala silang dalawa. Oh. May I address also my idol from ECOP, Manong Sergio, the perpetual na yata ito perpetual president of the Employers Confederation of the Philippines. And then I heard Honorable Carlito Roble of the Employers Compensation Commission. Nakita ko rin kanina, ayun, nandyan, si Brad Crony. Oh, Brad, bakit manipis ng buhok mo, Brad? Dati ang kapal-kapal niyan. And then I would like to greet also yung dalawang maganda nating mga co-MCs. Iisa lang nang natandaan ko yung kay Charis. To all the participants of this Congress, our partners and stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa atin lahat. I am indeed privileged to join you today in celebrating another milestone in the occupational safety and health advocacy, the 17th National Occupational Safety and Health Congress. Uy, nakalimutan ko pala, nandiyan pala yung dalawang senior officials natin, si Asek Tess at saka si Commissioner Estela. Kababayan ko pa rin. Unang-una, I'd like to thank all of you for being part of this first ever virtual NOS Congress and the advocacy to ensure safe and healthy workplaces in all industries. I would like to commend the Occupational Safety and Health Center for spearheading this gathering despite the so many challenges that we are facing. Our virtual assembly means a center on building resilient occupational safety and health systems, which are best practices amidst crisis, and this underscores the importance of occupational health, safety, and health in saving both workers' lives and enterprises as we face one of the worst hindi lang one of the worst, I think it's the worst disaster in our time, the COVID-19 pandemic. This global crisis has brought unprecedented health and economic challenges. It is thus pertinent to understand how occupational safety and health can make individuals and institutions resilient. Making workplaces resilient requires the establishment of an information and communication system which provides ample and relevant information on occupational safety and health to all the workers and the employers who need it at the right time. All stakeholders should know the inherent risks and hazards, and of course to take the necessary steps to prevent their occurrence. This is what we in Dole strive for. It is our mandate to instill the value of preventing work-related accidents and injuries, especially in workplaces across all industries. If you recall, we have issued Labor Advisory Number 14, year 2021, on the working conditions of delivery riders in the food delivery and courier activities. Bagong industry yan. We also issued Department Order Number 224, also the same year, which provides for the guidelines on ventilation as a means to prevent the spread of COVID-19 not only in workplaces but also even in public transportation. Last year, even before the pandemic started, we have issued Department Order Number 208, year 2020, which is designed to guide workers and employers in implementing effective mental health policies and programs in workplaces. Mental health has become indeed a mainstream concern when COVID-19 came about in our country. I'd like you to know that I've given marching orders to the Occupational Safety and Health Center to exponentially increase the number of online mandatory and specialized occupational safety and health trainings being conducted and to make them available to as many workers as possible. These trainings are free of charge, libre, and priority is given to the micro, small, and medium enterprises affected by the pandemic. We'd like you to know that we also accept participants from establishments who are found to have violations on OSH standards to help them become more compliant. Each of you, my dear friends, has a significant role in building our road to resilience. We need the cooperation and contribution of the occupational safety and health advocates in ensuring safety and health at work. I therefore urge everyone to actively engage in the many fruitful discussion during this Congress. I'm sorry, hindi ko kayo makakasama sa other sessions nyo kasi meron pa ako isang webinar. I am therefore excited to hear about the best practices by the different industries in keeping their businesses productive and thriving, especially during this difficult, very difficult time. From there, we will see how we can fine-tune these strategies to propel our economy and our nation forward. Sa inyong lahat, my dear partners, Noel, Ronnie, Serge, and lahat ng mga kasamahan natin na nandiyan ngayon sa 17th National Congress. Maraming salamat at mabuhay ang mga OSH champions. And of course, mabuhay ang manggagawang Pilipino.
Thank you very much, Secretary Bello. We will now be having our first plenary session. A few reminders for everyone. Please send your questions through the Q&A button for this to be addressed during the open forum. Don't forget to accomplish the evaluation form, which will be posted at the end of Plenary 2 later this afternoon.
For those who are watching via YouTube, you may send your questions through the live chat. We will also post the link of the evaluation form here at the end of each day.
Isang ligtas at malusog na umaga, OSH advocates. Welcome to Plenary 1 of the 17th National Occupational Safety and Health Congress. This plenary session is about innovations in OSH governance. To talk about governance in the new world of work amidst and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic, we have the Assistant Secretary and Concurrent Director 4 of the Bureau of Working Conditions of the Department of Labor and Employment and the former Executive Director of the Occupational Safety and Health Center, Dr. Maria Teresita S. Cucueco.
Noel Binag, Commissioner ECOP, Commissioner Sergio Ortiz Luis, Commissioner Roble, to all our colleagues in safety and health, for my colleagues in the DOLE, I think Yusek Benjo Benavides is here as well as ED Stella, and to all my friends who in safety and health, good morning, and thank you for inviting us to share with you our this session on innovations and how the DOL has handled, and it continues to handle all the challenges, both in safety and health and other concerns related to the pandemic. Can I share my screen? Or kayo na po ang mag-ano? Okay. You will be the one to kayo na? Kayo na po ang, will you be, or shares, okay. Sige, wait lang po. Okay, can we have the next slide po? Good, hello, yes. Okay. When the pandemic hit, during that time, actually, we had COVID as early as 2019. In January, we already started having the cases. But you know, when it also happened, we had another crisis as well. We had the Taal eruption. And it also, of course, the DOLE had to provide the necessary services to those affected. Why am I also going back to that? Because sunod-sunod ho ang mga disasters that happened, and the DOLE really had to put up and had to respond immediately, efficiently, and effectively. With the leadership of the Secretary as well as other officials of the DOLE, we had to bring in all efforts. It was DOLE together with the whole of society and whole of government. With the pandemic, we knew it could not just be DOLE alone. That was why the whole of society approach had to happen. Next slide, please. And there are very many important, as you look at this slide, you will see these pillars of action. Before kasi medyo blurred po yung lumalabas sa slides. Can we have it any clearer so that you can also really see? Because on my end, I'm not just sure if you have clearer slides from your ano? I'm sorry, I need to ask, or can you allow me to share my screen? Please allow me to share my screen po so that siguro I can also, yan, everything is blurred po. And even I am blurred as I see myself, which is not important anyway. May I be allowed to share my screen, Secretariat, sir? Thank you. Okay, is this clearer na po? I hope it is clearer. So here, like I said, the whole of society. And now here, you have to understand that the DOLE really had to put in place immediately actions and interventions. Jobs were lost. The pandemic created such a big havoc on everyone's lives. We know that. We had to stop work because being together meant passing on the virus, and we had to stop that transmission. And that was why the quarantines, you had the ECQ, we're now moved to another level. But then that was one of the most important actions that had to be done. And because it had to be done, how would we support workers? That was a big and a major problem. And there were still segments of society, the essential services, that had to operate. And they had to operate safely. Otherwise, we will end up with more workers who were sick with their safety and health issues, and we did not want that to happen. So we had to look at all of that, and it is really looking into policies, what else had to be given so that social protection can continue to be given. At the beginning of the pandemic, we were telling employers, can you really give the 13th month pay? Because really there were workers who were not allowed to go to work. And for those who were allowed to work, we had to immediately look into guidelines that would look at what our national DOH was saying on strengthening the minimum public health standards. It had to be translated into concrete activities in the workplace. We also had to listen to the workers and also see that they had concerns, like even if they had to go to work, there were those who had to be frequently tested. There were those who had quarantines because they were close contacts. How were they paid? All of this, the DOLE had to also look into so that they can be provided the necessary actions and interventions to provide that relief. So taking into account where the strength of the department, we knew that policy formation was vital, but the policy will really have to come from a consensus. We have the tripartite, and even before that, we had to also listen to the whole of government, the IATF. In this pandemic, it was really a response provided from the whole of government, then down to workplaces where the employers, the workers had to be consulted. And because there were new policies, advocacies had to happen immediately, information dissemination, capacity building. And one of the major key strategies of DOLE to ensure that workplaces were really following these standards was really to ensure that enforcement and inspection would happen. So again, this just shows you the whole of government. We had to work with the DOH, the DTI, the DILG, and our other civil society partners, including the Safety and Health Network, where your role was so highlighted because of what you are supposed to be watching out for, to be monitoring, to be reporting in workplaces. So as early as April of last year, the DOLE and DTI already provided the interim guidelines. And following the months after that, we knew we already had more information about COVID. And then the DOLE then issued the following guidelines following this interim, the DTI DOLE 20-04A, which is more extensive, but still looking at the necessary safety and health measures on increasing physical and mental resilience, noting that mental health is one of the biggest issues now. And then, of course, we are looking at COVID and looking at all the preventive strategies, reducing transmission, minimizing contact rate, reducing risk of infection. And as you go on and you see this next slide, from all of this, we had to further provide other policy issuances so that we are going to address the mental health, ventilation, when it was already proven that the airborne transmission was there. The DOLE brought out DO 208, if I'm not, no, that was DO 224 of this year on the ventilation standards. And aside from that, because workers had to go back to work, and there were also the need for companies to ensure that there will still be more workers who can still continue work, we had the flexible work arrangement policies on the PPEs, on the cost, so that it is not going to be borne by the workers. But of course, the employers would have to bear these costs, what the benefits and entitlements are. The safety officer and the safety and health committee, in all the guidelines, even in the IATF, you will always repeatedly hear the safety officer being an important focal person to monitor, to ensure that protocols are followed. So I do hope you understand that big responsibility, especially now. Then we also brought up the vaccination program policy, the labor advisory that highly encourages vaccination. But like the secretary said, we are still not allowing the no work, no vaccination policy. We do encourage, but because the national guidelines also say that the vaccination card is not mandatory for employment, then we have to align ourselves with that as well. Then, of course, there were other policy issuances like the contactless transaction, other issuances on contact tracing, and following that, what other innovative strategies so that everything will be done online. We had the ear COVID, the safety seal, and you will see the other programs of the DOLE that is now purely online. So we know that with COVID, technology is a major pillar that we will have to use. We know that it was going to be the system where we can transact business, where we can safely transact business, safely do our activities, so that there will be no further contact, there will be no face-to-face interruption where the possibility of transmission may happen. And it just so happened that we had this already. It was so fortunate that at that point for the DOLE, there are the necessary backbone for these online services was already present, and we just had to accelerate these technology for better practices. So what did we have? We had the Labor Inspection Management Information System, the MIS. Before COVID, this was really, it continued to evolve and we're not saying it's perfect, but at least it was really working very well, because that inspection system was always, our inspection has always been subject to so much questions about is it true? That's why this online system had to be done so that as soon as the findings were done by the inspector, this was pre-COVID, they will send it to the regional offices and they will send it to the bureau as the findings, so that there is no, that question of are they tampering? Because there was a time frame that they had to submit it right away. And that was why that online system where we had all this information had to be given to us within 3 days was already one of the major backbones or the pillars of strength in providing the necessary technology, where now we continue to develop this joint monitoring system, the checklist, that's why you see it there, all the inspectors, we still had to continue doing not virtual inspection, but physical, because there were questions on virtual inspection. And as you see the numbers, this was really done physically. But if COVID will and the variants will be more severe, we are also exploring the possibility of having such virtual inspections, but done properly, so that everything will be validated. So what did we see in terms of inspection? We did not stop inspection. It continues. It continues. It's continued in 2020. It continues now. And we had 3 types of checklists, and you see it here. But on cumulative establishments covered from January up to now, we have 77,695. But you see the first thing with the different colors. These were checklists that had to be done by our inspectors. When we say it's complete inspection, it is with labor inspection, the general labor standards, wages, hours of work, benefits, the OSH, and other monitoring inspection also that had to be done. Then there is labor inspection only, which is the general labor standards and the safety and health. Remember, pre-COVID, we already had DO 198, and that is why that OSH checklist was also vital. And then we had the OSH COVID-19 checklist, which was really monitoring for the DOLE DTI guidelines. And it was, we in the beginning, we wanted the full complete inspection, which is labor inspection as well as COVID, that was covered by 34,000. However, when there were also those that just, there were some regions that did the GLS and OSH only. And during the surge, when the IATF asked the DOLE to ramp up inspection for the monitoring, you will see that's why it was just for the COVID monitoring. But all in all, if we look at the total number of establishments that were inspected, it was 77,695. There were compliance rates. It has improved from the previous, and we are very happy to note that the safety and health really has improved because of knowing the value of having good, complying with all of these monitoring indicators. So these are the top violations from the OSHS checklist. You will see that first aider, you will see that, and this is why I am very grateful for both the Secretary and ED Binag that they are ramping up also the safety officers that are needed in companies, because we see this as a top violation. First aid, we hear you, we know that the first aid training has been, it has been stalled, or it's very limited, but very soon the center will also come out with this. Then you see the others, the non-legislation. That's why we are slowly building up that this will that this will all happen online. And for COVID monitoring, the non-submission of the COVID-19 here, we have already many, but we know it is still lacking. There's also another violation on the minimum health protocols. It's not ensured by the safety officer, perhaps because there's no safety officer, and that is why we really need the safety officer. And we also see that you note the non-enforcement of the OSH program by an OSH committee, because you note that it is also not present. But then you also have those compliances, making sure that the IATF guidelines on physical presence is complied. If you don't have to be present, you can do virtual. These are all parts of the compliances that is being done by companies. Following this MIS, we had to have for the DOLE support for workers who were displaced. And from our MIS, we built this establishment reporting system. So it became, online. They just submit online that they will be closed. These were the workers who will be affected. Then they will have the necessary, as long as all documents are complete, they will have the necessary approval so that they can continue and it can be provided, the TUPAD, the camp, all of these financial assistance done online through the regions you will see that it was happening online, and it did not need that you had to go to the offices. But of course, the need that they will be getting those financial assistance in the remittance centers, that would still have to be physical, but that was already just that limitation for that physical. Otherwise, everything was done online. Then we have the eSena, which is the single entry approach for conciliation. We are also starting to do this online so that you don't have to have face-to-face interaction with the with the mediators, and you can proceed with the necessary actions to be done. In all of this, you see here the different flexible work arrangements. What you see here were all of those that were reported online. Because if you see those who had closed, those who were affected, that is why the DOLE was reporting weekly to Malacanang and to the President. And we were able to do that because it was an online reporting system from the employers telling us on the number of workers who are affected and the DOLE providing the assistance. Again, these were all done online. So all of these innovations had to happen, and it had to happen quickly. But we were very fortunate that a backbone was present. And that was why we immediately were able to provide the necessary processes, improving the process cycle time, reducing waiting time, that it was contactless because we're talking of transactions that we avoided face-to-face and the possibility of having COVID infections. And we were also talking of, now we are talking of other frontline services that we are developing. And namely, these are the two that we want to put up front for very soon: registration, which is online of all establishments under the Safety and Health Standards 1020, and the Construction Safety and Health Program application. So these are things, these are key frontline services that we are now developing. Before COVID, we had this energy virtual one-stop shop. There was a Republic Act which established this, the EVOS. This is very important because power generation also remains one of the crucial key generating activities for government. It is crucial because it is ensuring that we have the necessary power, the power needed to do business, to transact, and that EVOS, this Republic Act made sure that we are going to do this in a very efficient and effective way. It also made sure that it is virtual. When we saw this at first, we were really, it was a hard, we had to look at it well, and we had to see, because starting from the construction safety and health program, going into the plans that had to be submitted, it would be blended, but the application will be online. And there was process cycle time that had to be ensured. This law was not, was not bending on, if you don't do this, you will have the necessary sanctions to the government offices that will not do it in the process cycle time. It was a challenge, but we have done this, and it even continues all the way. It is a closed system, even to the permit to operate. It is already there. We are now together with the DOE, the platforms are being arranged so that when we roll it out to the stakeholders, you just have to do all this online submission. For mechanical plans will still be submitted. That will stop like the online system for a while, but once brought back, then continuing again on the process cycle time. So this is this again is another online innovative tool, but making sure that we are looking at activities in government, in the whole, in our whole nation, where power generation will be ensured. The COVID report is now online, and you see the numbers that we have. 57,000 establishments have submitted their WAIR, and these 57 had 8 million workers, and from this, we saw that there were now 33,000 workers in these establishments confirmed. These are just numbers. Remember, we also at our back was the National Privacy Commission, making sure that your privacy is also kept and secured. What we just needed were numbers so that we can address companies that needed perhaps further guidance and support. So we continue with our e-learning platforms. We even for our inspectors training course, they are now of course done online. We also have other issuances via teleconferencing. Usually during the rollout of our policy issuances, we do this online. You can also request for it, but as we go, we now just wait for requests. But we are also we have put on the necessary e-learning infographics and videos in our website. And the safety seal. Okay, that safety seal is, I think all of you know it. This is, again, another whole of government. It is not just a DOLE. This is with the DOH, DOLE, DTI, DOT, as well as I think the DOTR will come in. And this is a safety seal. This is a display. This is a label that companies will stick on, and these are establishments that have been inspected and compliant to the minimum public health standards. They have the necessary contact tracing. They have the necessary compliances too in terms of the registration of the establishments to the LGUs. All of the submission is online. Again, in our MIS system, that was the backbone, which we already now incorporated this safety seal, so that for the inspectors doing this, you will see that, again, these are all being done, but except for the inspection. Inspection is still physical inspection. I am not sure if our other partners in the sector like DTI or even DOT have moved to a virtual type of inspection for the safety seal. For the DOLE, kasi if you see a safety seal, DOLE only has its responsibility for manufacturing, construction, utilities, information, warehouse, and I think now, because it has been signed for BPOs. So what do we see in terms of the future of work? There is a lot, because technology, again, still plays a big role. Technology also becomes a challenge, and technology is also a problem. The gig economy has, automated systems. How can we look at managers who are in an, automated, and looking at how they can also provide, where are we in terms of the safety and health for this gig economy? This is almost like an informal sector. It is so difficult, of course, to look at, but it is what is existing now. This is the economy that is continuing and that is thriving. We have the Grab, we have Shopee, but there is safety and health concerns here as well. These are the drivers who go out at any time of the day. Do they have the proper road safety instructions? Do they know? And how are they dealing with the clients who are difficult, clients who suddenly do not pay, the pressures of this work? Again, these are also safety and health concerns that we have to address. And we have to continue updating our skills. I hope you are there also to help us here. That your personnel for safety and health it's going to be very vital. You will also have, together with, in this economy, perhaps the use of robotics. And you will be working side by side. Human-machine interface will be one of these challenges. How are we going to deal with that? So we need all the necessary information. We also need to be updated, and we continue to work with you as leaders of industry to help us in addressing this. So I think, yes, we are looking at new forms of work, as has been mentioned by even the Secretary. The gig economy, collaborative efforts will really be the best way to go, because we have to listen to where, what the concerns are. It will never be from just government alone. We have to continue to upskill our workers. We have to, of course, ensure that employment continues. We have to communicate OSH effectively, and we know the value of complying with all of these safety and health standards, the minimum public health protocols, because they are essential for the lives of the workers we serve. So I think this ends my slide. Again, thank you for inviting the DOLE and sharing with you our innovations, our continuing innovations. We hope you stay with us as we also continue in this path of providing the necessary safety and health for workers for our future generation. Thank you very much. I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Assistant Secretary Cueco. Our second speaker will be discussing establishing occupational safety and health in the public sector. We have the Director 3 of the Human Resource Relations Office of the Civil Service Commission, Attorney Crunimar Antonio D. Escudero III.
Hello, everyone. Let me just share my screen. All right. Now, our topic for today is establishing occupational safety and health standards in the public sector. But before I go on discussing our topic, let me just tell you something about our office, the Human Resource Relations Office. One of the major thrusts of the Civil Service Commission is harnessing public sector unionism. So the Human Resource Relations Office, our office, is in charge of this major function of the CSC. And we are tasked to promote responsive management and responsible public sector unions, as they are both key players in ensuring effective governance. So the HRRO handles all concerns on public sector employees organizations in national government agencies, local government units, GOCCs, government-owned and controlled corporations with original charters, and local and state universities and colleges. Aside from public sector unionism concerns, our office is now increasingly involved in the formulation and implementation of policies, fixing and setting better working conditions. And one of those policies is our topic today, the JMC on occupational safety and health, standards for the public sector. So, the CSC-DOH DOLE Joint Memorandum Circular Number 1 Series of 2020 on Occupational Safety and Health Standards for the Public Sector was published in the Philippine Star last May 7, 2020. Why is there a need for this policy? You see, the ever-changing workplace environment, which is affected by global trade, rapid technological progress, changes in work practices, and of course, the most obvious in our current situation, emerging health and safety threats such as a new virus or disease, types and patterns of hazards, exposures, and risks. So data on Philippine labor statistics disclose that there is an uptrend in terms of occupational injuries. In 2007, the figure reported on occupational injuries was at 48,977. This figure went higher in 2013 to 49,118. And the latest data that I have, the data in 2015, pegged this number to 50,961. So this data it tells us that there is a need to enhance and further improve existing working conditions in all government agencies. So why CSC, DOLE, and DOH? The 1987 Constitution and Executive Order Number 292, or the Administrative Code of 1987, mandates the CSC to promulgate policies, standards, and guidelines for the civil service and adopt plans and programs to promote economical, efficient, and effective personnel administration in the government. So, through this mandate, the CSC recognizes the importance of providing healthy and safe work environment for the government workforce. That is why even prior to the JMC, the CSC issued a number of policies pertaining to health and safety of civil servants. It promulgated MC number 38 series of 1992 on physical and mental fitness program for government employees. Also, Memorandum Circular number 30 in 1994, providing for the checklist of reasonable working conditions in the public sector. And we also have Memorandum Circular number 33 in 1997, or the policy on working conditions in the public sector workplace. So why the DOH? So the DOH, through Executive Order number 102, series of 1999, it mandates the Department of Health to promote the well-being of every Filipino, prevent and control disease among populations at risk, protect individuals and families and communities exposed to hazards and risks that could affect their health, and of course, treat, manage, and rehabilitate individuals affected by disease and disability. As for the DOLE, PD 442, or the Labor Code of the Philippines, mandates the DOLE to set the standards for occupational safety and health in different industries. Okay? Under the JMC, these three offices assume distinct but of course complementary roles in the implementation of the occupational safety and health standards in the public sector. The CSC is tasked to oversee the overall implementation of the guidelines, and this includes the integration of OSH subjects in the learning and development programs of government officials and employees. As for the DOH, it is tasked to establish a surveillance and monitoring of occupational injuries, diseases, and deaths in the public sector through its health information system. It is also tasked to develop occupational health service and benefit packages for the public sector and develop a toolkit as a guide for agencies in their implementation of the program. As for the DOLE, it has the most experience when we talk about occupational safety and health. So it is tasked to provide relevant OSH standards for the government sector, and kasama na dito, they are tasked to provide knowledge and information, data on OSH standards, programs, enforcement activities, and it should recommend mechanisms to harmonize the different OSH promotion campaigns with partner agencies. Okay? So the objectives of the policy are, of course, to protect all government employees from injury, sickness, or death while in the workplace. And through this policy, we aim to preserve human lives. We aim to preserve resources and prevent loss or damage of properties. And the policy will also guide government agencies in the development and implementation of safety and health standards in their respective agencies. To achieve these objectives, ano ba ang ginawa ng policy na to? So the policy institutionalizes, the JMC institutionalizes occupational health and safety in the public sector. Okay, and we also identified and clarified the roles and responsibilities of the lead agencies. Nabanggit ko na yung CSC, DOH, and DOLE, and clarify din natin yung roles ng heads of agencies, the role of safety and health committees, the employees organizations, the occupational safety and health officers, and of course the roles the vital role of the employees themselves. So, clarify natin yan dito sa ating policy. And the policy, more than anything else, requires the government agencies to have their respective safety and health committees. So, safety and health committees must be established in the national, regional, or local offices of the agencies within 6 months from the issuance, from the effectivity of the JMC. So ano ba ang composition ng safety and health committees? The chairman should be the highest ranking officer or highest ranking executive in charge of human resource. And the members are the head of agency himself or herself, or an authorized representative who holds an executive or managerial position. There must be, the employees must be represented, dalawa from the employees. From the first level and the second level employees. The agency physician must also be a member, and in the absence of the agency physician, any employee who is a graduate who has a background on medical related course. Isa pang member should be a representative from the local risk reduction and management council or the risk reduction management officer or its equivalent in the agency. The designated occupational safety and health officer shall act as the secretary of the safety and health committee. So yan po ang bumubuo sa safety and health committee natin. So ano ba ang role ng safety and health committee? The committee shall develop OSH policy and standards that is internal to the agency, which should be in accordance with the provisions of the Joint Memorandum Circular. The committee shall plan and develop health-related trainings for the furtherance or promotion and accident prevention programs in the workplace. The committee must ensure the health promotion and accident prevention efforts of the agency is in compliance with government safety programs to maintain healthy work habits and safety practices in the workplace. It shall also conduct periodic safety meetings and reports. It shall submit reports of meetings and activities to the head of agency. Role din nila is to initiate safety trainings on OSH for the agency, and they shall coordinate with the appropriate agency. Those are just some of the roles of our safety and health committees. Yung complete list ng roles, you can just read them from our joint memorandum circular. Okay? So ano ba yung scope ng JMC natin? So the guidelines on OSH, shall apply to all officials and employees in the national government agencies, state universities, colleges, local government units, and government-owned and controlled corporations, whether permanent, temporary, and or casual. So even job order employees, service, and individual contractors are included in the scope of the policy. So to do this, the head of agency shall ensure that institutional contractors or service providers have functional OSH policy and program which will cover employees deployed in government agencies. So what are the salient provisions of the JMC? Naka-highlight dyan yung good working conditions. Because of time constraints, I just picked this salient point, And of course, the JMC laid down the parameters and standards of what a good working condition in public workplaces should look like. What should be the minimum provisions in terms of working conditions? The policy also provided for the need to promote occupational safety and health in the workplace. And who are the agencies involved in their respective roles? I already discussed the roles of the CSC, DOH, and DOLE, some of their roles. And for purposes of improving the standards, there is a portion in the policy on reporting and monitoring evaluation. As you will note, the data I have mentioned earlier from the Philippine labor statistics deal with injuries in the public sector workplaces. So we need to gather information that is specific to government workplaces. Hence, the need for reporting, monitoring, and evaluation. The JMC also provided for administrative justice mechanism. This will cover violations of its provisions, non-implementation of the policy, and other incidents relevant to the JMC. And lastly, meron din tayong provision on the funding source. Now, we defined several items, 17 in all, in the policy, but the most interesting for us today is the definition of working condition and workplace. So when we say working condition, we refer to the work environment and all other conditions that relate to that environment, such as work hours, yung hours of work, schedules, including rest periods, amenities, and health and safety programs. So with this policy, it is now very clear that in public sector workplaces, health and safety programs are very much part of working condition. Okay? So what is a workplace? A workplace, on the other hand, is defined as a place or establishment or agency where people are employed. But the definition does not stop there. The term clarified that workplace does not only pertain to work areas. It also includes other places in the workplace, such as the restrooms, classrooms, hallways, employee lounges, convention halls, the cafeteria, the quarters, if there are any. And it even includes office vehicles and shuttle services of the agency. So what standard should we expect now in public sector workplaces? So ito na po yun. So the public sector workplaces should now have these important amenities, no? The building premises shall have adequate fire, emergency, or danger signs, globally harmonized systems, system pictograms, and safety instructions of standard colors and sizes visible at all times. Okay? Facilities, it must also have facilities for persons with disabilities, no? Para meron silang for their safe and convenient movement within the establishment, within the agency. The JMC also provides for good housekeeping that shall be maintained at all times. Example, cleanliness ng buildings, premises, the machines, the equipments, eradication of stagnant water, because these serve as breeding ground for mosquitoes and other insects, no? Dapat meron ding sanitary facilities like adequate comfort rooms, lavatories for male and female employees, and it should be hindi lang mag-provide, dapat well-maintained. Okay? Also, there must be a provision for personal protective equipment and devices, and it must conform to Rule 1080 of the OSH standard. Meaning, whenever applicable, the OSH standards for the eyes and face protection, respiratory protection, head protection, hand and arm protection, safety shoes, safety belts, no, lifelines, and safety nets must be followed by the government agency. Okay? Meron din requirement for indoor air quality management program, no, to prevent exposure of employees to hazardous environment and other conditions. Okay? And of course, there shall be a provision for health clinics and treatment rooms. Okay, now, integral din sa JMC ang emergency preparedness programs. But the establishment of the risk reduction and management system and the crisis management plan and contingency program shall be in accordance with Republic Act 10121 or the Philippine Disaster Reduction Management Act of 2010. So, Section 14 of the law provides that the public sector, no, employees shall be trained. So, be ready. Dapat trained ang ating mga employees in emergency response and preparedness. So, the training is mandatory for such employees to comply with the provisions of the Philippine Disaster Reduction and Management Act of 2010. Rule 10 din, Section 3 of the Implementing Rules and Regulations mandated the CSC to issue a directive requiring government agencies to provide trainings on DRRM for their respective personnel. That is why the CSC promulgated resolution, no, 18-00960. This was in 2018, and this was circularized through MC21 series of 2018. It mandated DRRM trainings, and DRRM, Disaster Risk Reduction and Management, shall form part, no, of the orientation of new employees. Kailangan din ng specialized trainings for employees specifically involved in DRRM. And DRRM trainings may be considered supervisory, managerial, or technical trainings depending on the contents of the module. So ano pa ba? Ano pa ang kailangan na meron tayo sa mga opisina natin? There must be occupational safety and health programs. So kailangan ma-establish itong mga minimum OSH programs, no? Dapat magkaroon ng occupational accident and illness prevention program, medical services assistance and rehabilitation program, occupational accident and illness surveillance program, and information and education campaign program. This all relates to, of course, occupational safety and health in our workplaces. Okay? So, next is occupational safety and health programs. Dapat, ano ba ang nandyan? Dapat we should promote and practice health and wellness in the workplace as provided in those memorandum circulars. Under MC38, dapat may 1 hour each week to conduct health awareness program. 20 minutes daily conduct of wellness or fitness program, delivery of public services must not be disrupted, of course. No? Under MC6 naman, we are mandated, agencies are mandated to allot reasonable time for weekly physical fitness exercise. We should include reasonable time to physical exercises to participants, no, in seminars and trainings. Okay? MC38 and the MC6 were reiterated in MC number 8 series of 2011. Okay? And yun, under MC21, July was declared as Civil Servants Health and Wellness Month. So dapat magkakaroon ng mga briefing about fitness, health, and healthy lifestyle. Magkaroon ng one-day fun games. Dapat mag-serve ng nutritious food. No? And once a week, dapat may calisthenics or aerobics day. Okay? So we have to promote and practice health and wellness in the workplace. The JMC also provided for support facilities. Ano ba yung nakalagay dyan? Facilities which may be used for the promotion of health and wellness in the workplace shall be provided. So dapat meron tayong mga recreation areas. Dapat separate ang seminar and training rooms. We should have daycare facilities and drop-in centers. So, yung work assignments and good working atmosphere for improved productivity shall be provided to the following to the following employees with special needs, like pregnant women, older employees, differently abled employees, and employees with limited working abilities. Okay? There is also a requirement that we provide for lactation stations for lactating mothers. Okay? So the provision of lactation stations shall be in accordance with RA 10028 or the Expanded Breastfeeding Promotion Act of 2009. Okay? Next is on working hours. So nandyan sa slide ninyo, sa slide natin that is flashed, the policies on or guidelines on overtime services shall be based on CSC DBM Joint Circular Number 1, Series of 2015, or the policies and guidelines on overtime services and overtime pay for government employees. Ano bang nakapalaman dito? Okay, so overtime services shall be authorized only when extremely necessary. Okay, anong kailan extremely necessary? When a particular work or activity cannot be completed within the regular work hour. Next item sa policy na to is the remuneration for overtime services shall be through compensatory time off, CTO. And yung payment of cash through overtime pay may be authorized only in exceptional cases. Now, when the application of CTO for all overtime hours would adversely affect the operations of the agency. Okay? Nandyan din yung adoption of 4-day work week scheme in government agencies in Metro Manila. And it must be in accordance with CSC Memorandum Circular Number 22 Series of 2014. So ano ba to? Dapat if you are going to adopt a 4-day work week scheme, dapat yung frontline services can be accessed online. The agency must have a one-stop shop and functional call center or PABX telephone system must be established in the agency. And the agency must have a baseline data on performance, absenteeism, tardiness, and employee health and wellness, etc. You must have data on those. Okay? On work environment, no, kasama pa rin to sa reasonable working conditions, nakalagay sa ating JMC na dapat prohibited ang smoking at the workplace. So we should implement policies and programs relevant to this. So meron na tayong existing policies. Yung prohibition of smoking at the workplace is provided for under MC17 series of 2009. As to drug-free workplace, we have the guidelines in mandatory drug testing for public officials and employees, no? That is contained in CSCMC number 13, series of 2017. So nakalagay doon, random drug tests shall be periodically conducted in an interval not to exceed 2 years. So nagagawa ba to ng mga ahensya natin? Okay? And etc. etc. Nandyan din yung tuberculosis prevention control in the workplace, yung about programs, no? Workplace policy and education program on HIV and AIDS. Okay? So isa pang importante na provision ng ating JMC is the promotion of occupational safety and health in public sector workplaces. So the agency heads, no, the heads of agency shall ensure the comprehensive dissemination of OSH information through a communication plan. Dapat may communication plan na gagawin ang inyong mga ahensya, which includes the publication of pertinent OSH information in the agency website, kung may website kayo, and other communication materials, no? And you must establish a feedback mechanism which shall be utilized to enhance the OSH program. Employees shall participate in the OSH information and education programs, trainings, and other related initiatives of the agency to contribute to the improvement and sustainability of the OSH program. No? Employees must be able to report OSH-related illness and accidents to the management in order for the management to act, no, and provide the necessary intervention. And of course, we are always for the enhancement of the OSH program in our agencies. Kailangan din mag-establish tayo ng network to support and sustain the implementation of OSH program with DOLE, DOH, and other academic institutions which can provide trainings, technical and medical assistance. And we must ensure that the OSH program and activities are included, no, in the annual work and financial plan of the agency. All right? So, and of course, yung funding source natin, the agency OSH, no? The funds needed for the implementation of the joint memorandum circular shall be included in the agency's regular budget and annual work and financial plan. I think this is the end of my presentation. We only have 20 minutes, and I hope I was able to give you the overview of this new policy on occupational safety and health standards for the public sector. Thank you very much, and thank you to the Occupational Safety and Health Center. We would like to emphasize that the Human Resource Relations Office of the Civil Service Commission will always be your partner in pushing forward the safety and health of our Lingkod Bayani. Thank you, Dole, and thank you everyone for your time, and thank you for listening patiently.
Thank you, Director Escudero. Our next speaker will talk about the updates on Employees' Compensation Program. To talk on behalf of Executive Director Stella Z. Banawis is the Deputy Executive Director of the Employees' Compensation Commission, Attorney Jonathan T. Villasoto.
Bukas na araw po sa ating lahat at palugod po nating binabati ang ating po mga panauhin at sa mga kalahok po na ngayong ika-17, ika-17 National Occupational Safety and Health Congress. Ngayon po September 28, 2021. On behalf of our Executive Director, Stella Sipagan Banawis, may we extend our warmest greetings to our friends in the Occupational Safety and Health Center, headed by our Executive Director, Engineer Noel Binay. Magandang umaga po at kumusta po kayong lahat dyan. So, ang ating pong topic ngayon ay tungkol po sa mga policy responses during this COVID-19 pandemic. So ito po ang ating outline ng ating pong presentation. We will give a brief background on the Employees Compensation Program, and then we will enumerate po yung ating pong mga policy responses in this time of COVID pandemic, starting with the enumeration of several resolutions related to this COVID-19 pandemic. And then we will proceed with the will be providing information on EC benefits and filing process. Next slide. So, on the screen po, according to the experts, Social Security is a basic human right. But before we proceed, may we mention the basic constitutional provisions pertaining to social justice. Alam niyo po mga kababayan, meron po tayong mga bahagi ng ating constitution, in particular po sa tinatawag na Declaration of Principles and State Policies. Kabilang po doon yung pong pagrespeto ng Estado sa dignidad ng bawat mamamayan at nandun rin po yung pagkilala sa mga karapatang pantao. At patungkol po sa ating mga manggagawa, nandiyan din po ang basic constitutional provisions on protection and promotion of welfare of all workers. Next slide. So on the screen po, ilan lamang po ito sa mga tinatawag po nating mga facts tungkol po sa ating state insurance fund na kung saan po nanggagaling ang ating po mga benepisyo patungkol po dito sa Employees Compensation Program. Bahagi po ng ating slides sa mga figura, mga datos patungkol po sa bilang ng mga membro sa GSIS, sa SSS, at ang kasalukuyan pong halaga ng ating pong state insurance fund sa pribado at pampublikong sektor na sa ngayon po ay nasa pangalaga ng dalawang ahensya, ang GSIS sa pampublikong sektor at ang SSS sa pampribado sektor. Next slide. Okay. So before we proceed, let us have as a way of a background there, we have a animated video po on the Employees Compensation Program.
Doble kayod so you can flex something in the future. Okay lang yan. Basta ingat lang tayo parati ha. At lagi nating tandaan na may ECC na handang umagapay sa'yo. Wait, sino nga ba si ECC? Ang ECC o Employees Compensation Commission ay ang government agency na nagpapatupad ng ECP o Employees Compensation Program. Ang ECP ay benefits sa mga empleyadong nagkasakit, na-aksidente o namatay dahil sa trabaho. Pero bes, huwag kang malilito. Ang ECC ay hindi pareho sa SSS at GSIS. To make it simple, ang ECC ay kahanay ng SSS, GSIS, Pag-ibig at PhilHealth at isa ring social security institution ng gobyerno. Ang ECC ang gumagawa ng mga policies and guidelines tungkol sa Employees Compensation Program. ECC rin ang nagre-review ng lahat ng Employees Compensation claims na disapproved ng SSS at GSIS. ECC was established in 1975 at sa loob ng mahigit na 4 decades, more than 6 million claims na ang natulungan ng ECC na umaabot na rin sa halagang 39 billion pesos. Noise, di ba? Kung private employee ka, pwede kang sabay mag-claim ng EC at SSS benefits. Double recovery of benefits. Double ang compensation. Kung empleyado ka naman ng gobyerno, maaari kang pumili kung GSIS o EC benefits ang i-claim. Ito ay dahil sa exclusiveness of benefits policy ng GSIS. Ang pinagkaiba ng ECC sa ibang social security institutions ay employer ang nagko-contribute para sa premium contribution mo. Ibig sabihin, hindi ito kinakaltas sa sweldo mo at wala ito sa payslip mo. Employer mo mismo ang nagbabayad ng iyong EC premium contributions. Sa madaling salita, sagot ka ni boss. Sa private sector, 10 pesos per month ang contribution ng iyong employer kapag ang sahod mo ay mababa sa 14,750 pesos. 30 pesos per month naman ang contribution ng iyong employer kapag ang sahod mo ay 14,750 pesos o higit pa kada buwan. Kung sa gobyerno ka naman nagtatrabaho, 100 pesos per month ang contribution ng iyong opisina, regardless kung magkano ang sahod mo. Ang maganda pa sa Employees Compensation Program ay sa unang araw mo pa lang ng trabaho ay covered ka na. O di ba? Protected ka na agad. For more information, pumunta lang sa pinakamalapit na ECC office sa inyong lugar. Remember, kahit may ECC, lagi ka pa rin mag-ingat, ha?
Okay, thank you. But before we proceed sa ating po mga kababayan, at may we emphasize certain pertinent facts based on our animated video. Importante po ito para po mailagay natin sa tamang konteksto ang ating pong pinag-uusapan. First, EC Employees Compensation Program aims to provide disability or death benefits due to work-connected sickness or injury. And then EC benefits are distinct and separate from SSS and GSIS benefits. Insofar as government agencies are concerned, which are related to the implementation of employees compensation program, for the private sector, SSS serves as the implementing agency. For the public sector, GSIS serves as the implementing agency. And the employees compensation commission serves as the appeal and policy-making body of our employees compensation program. So far as remittance of EC contributions is concerned, as mentioned in our video, ito po ay tanging at bukod-tanging obligasyon lamang ng ating po mga employers sa pribadong sektor at sa lahat naman po ng mga nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno. Kaya ito po ay, kabilang na po ang mga uniformadong personnel, ito po ay obligasyon ng ating po mga respective government agencies. So to reiterate, ECP covers all civilian employees in the government with GSIS coverage, including uniformed personnel. And for the private sector, employees compensation program covers all compulsory members of the SSS. Next slide. So we have here several resolutions and administrative issuances which are related to COVID-19 pandemic. First, we have here the Office of the President Administrative Order number 20, which was issued on April 21, 2020. Okay, directing all government agencies to formulate and issue rules and regulations on the grant of any benefit as a temporary emergency measures to respond to this COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. In compliance with that administrative order, between 2020 and 2021, the Employees Compensation Commission has issued several resolutions, particularly as our response to this COVID-19 pandemic. First, we have Board Resolution number 23-04-14. In this resolution, the Commission has approved the inclusion of COVID-19 in the list of occupational and work-related diseases. Before we proceed, may we mention the relevance or significance in the inclusion of any disease in that list of occupational and work-related diseases. Insofar as our jurisprudence or pertinent rulings of the Supreme Court are concerned, there is a disputable in the event that an illness has been considered as included in that list, there would be a disputable presumption of compensability, meaning in the evaluation of any claims pertaining to that list, which is included in that, pertaining to that illness, which is included in that list, there would be a liberality in that in the evaluation in favor of labor. Next slide. So on this slide po shows the figures, particularly on the number of the beneficiaries and the total amount which were granted to our beneficiaries related to work-connected COVID-19. Next slide. So again, we have another board resolution by way of alleviating the financial needs of our pensioners in this time of COVID-19 pandemic. The Employees Compensation Commission, or the Commission, has issued board resolution number 2021-04-13, or authorizing the grant of one-time top-up cash assistance of 30,000 for claimants in the private sector with approved temporary total disability benefits and or death with funeral benefits due to work-related COVID-19. May we emphasize that this grant is still pending for approval at the office of the President. Next slide. So we have here another board resolution. As we have mentioned, this resolution aims to assist our pensioners in the private and public sectors. In summary, this resolution authorizes the grant of one-time financial assistance in the amount of 20,000 pesos to all qualified easy pensioners in the private and in the public sector. Next slide. So what are the other policies as our response to COVID-19 pandemic? We have here board resolution number 20-03-06 for extending the payment deadline for remittance of easy contribution for our employers. And then we have another board resolution number 20-03-07 which aims to expedite the processing of easy claims of workers for diseases acquired in the line of duty during outbreaks, epidemics, and pandemics. Next slide. So again, we have two board resolutions. First, board resolution number 20-07-12, or prescribing the guidelines on the interruption of the prescriptive period for the filing of employees' compensation claim. As a general rule, our prescriptive period in the filing of easy claim is within the period of 3 years. But because of this pandemic and to ease the burden of our claimants, the Employees Compensation Commission deems it more prudent to give leeway to our claimants in the filing of easy claim. So in effect, suspended po ang ating prescriptive period during the entire duration po ng declaration of public health emergency due to COVID-19 pandemic. So another board resolution is is number 20-07-13, or granting of easy funeral benefits despite the absence of proof of expenses to funeral services. Previously, we required the submission of official receipts for funeral expenses for all to all qualified beneficiaries who receive easy death benefits. But because of this pandemic, again, in order to alleviate the suffering of our qualified beneficiaries, the Commission has dispensed the submission of official receipts. In the event that the death would be declared as work-connected, automatic na pong ibibigay ang ating pong easy funeral benefits in the amount of 30,000 pesos for both public and private sectors. Next slide. So another board resolution, number 21-03-09. We have here the policy on compensability or disability or death due to injuries within while in the performance of their duties in their residences. Particularly po nag-a-apply ito dun po sa mga naka-work from home arrangement in accordance with our Telecommuting Act and in accordance with the CSC resolutions authorizing the observance of work from home arrangement in this time of COVID-19 pandemic. So in the event that an employee or a worker was authorized to render his duty in his or her residence, kung may mangyari man pong aksidente, posible po yung pagmula ng benepisyo sa ilalim ng Employees Compensation Program. Another board resolution is number 21-03-08, granting of compensation under PDC number 626 to all serious adverse events due to inoculation. Kung mayroon man pong komplikasyon ang ating po mga bakuna dahil po sa COVID-19 at yan po ay nangyari sa ating po mga covered members, posible pong pagmulan din yan ng easy benefits. Next slide. So we will play another po on the succeeding presentation. We have another animated video describing or showing the process of filing of easy claims as well as the corresponding benefits under the Employees Compensation Program. Okay?
Nagkasakit o na-aksidente sa work? Don't worry! May ECC na handang tumulong sa'yo. Ang ECC o Employees Compensation Commission ay ang government agency na nagpapatupad ng ECP o Employees Compensation Program. Maliban pa ito sa makukuha mong benefits from SSS at GSIS. Kapag nagkasakit o na-aksidente sa trabaho, merong loss of income benefit na pwedeng maklaim. Merong 3 klase nito. Una, temporary total disability o sickness benefit kung saan ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente at kinakailangan mong umabsent ng ilang araw hanggang 8 buwan. Pangalawa, permanent partial disability. Ito ay kapag may nawalang parte sa katawan mo o kaya function ito. Pangatlo, permanent total disability o yung kapag di ka na makabalik sa trabaho dahil sa sakit o aksidente. Maliban sa loss of income benefit, meron ka pang makukuhang medical benefit from ECC. Ito ay reimbursement sa mga nagastos mo sa gamot pati na rin sa ospital at medical care. Kung ikaw naman ay nagkaroon ng permanent disability, may karagdagang benepisyo ka pang makukuha mula sa ECC. Ito ay ang Carrier's Allowance, kung saan magkakaroon ka ng karagdagang 1,000 pesos per month. Kagaya ng SSS at GSIS, mayroon ding death and funeral benefits mula sa ECC kung work-related ang sanhi ng pagkakamatay ng employee. Sa private sector, doble benepisyo ito dahil iba pa ang death and funeral benefits ng ECC sa SSS. Samantalang sa public sector, ay funeral benefits lamang ang pwedeng sabay na i-claim. Pagdating sa death benefits o pension, ay pipili ang iyong beneficiary kung EC o GSIS benefits ang kukunin. Ito ay dahil sa exclusiveness of benefit policy ng GSIS. Maliban pa sa mga yan, meron ding rehabilitation services ang ECC para sa mga PWRDs o persons with work-related disabilities. Kabilang sa mga rehab services na ito ay free psychosocial support, physical o occupational therapy, vocational at livelihood training, at assistive devices gaya ng prosthesis at wheelchair. For more information, pumunta lang sa pinakamalapit na ECC office sa inyong lugar. Remember, kahit may ECC, lagi ka pa rin mag-ingat ha!
Ikaw ba ay empleyadong nagkasakit o naaksidente nang dahil sa trabaho? Alam mo ba na maliban sa SSS at GSIS benefits, ay may karagdagang benepisyo ka pa na maaaring makuha mula sa Employees Compensation Program? Tama! Covered ka ng ECC, basta mandatory member ka ng GSIS at SSS. Kasama ang mga self-employed members, sea-based OFWs, mga kasambahay, at lahat ng mga uniformadong personnel ng AFP, PNP, BJMP, at PFP. So, paano nga ba makakapag-claim ng easy benefits? Sa pampublikong sektor, magpunta lamang sa pinakamalapit na GSIS office o branch sa inyong lugar. Sa pribadong sektor naman, ay sa SSS office o branch ang filing ng easy claims. Pagdating naman sa mga requirements, dalhin lamang ang mga dokumento gaya ng Accomplished Easy Sickness Disability Form, Certificate of Employment, Medical Record, Incident Accident Report. Ang kagandahan sa EC program ay 3 taon ang prescriptive period nito at hindi kinakailangan na ubos mo na ang iyong sick leave credits bago makapag-file ng claim. O diba? Good news! Sakali naman na ma-disapprove ang iyong EC claim sa SSS o GSIS ground, maaari kang mag-file ng motion for reconsideration sa main office ng mga ito. Pero kung denied pa rin ang kanilang decision, maaari kang umapila na mismo sa opisina ng Employees Compensation Commission. Dalhin o email lamang ang iyong mga dokumento at ang denial letter ng iyong EC claim mula sa SSS o GSIS upang maproseso ang inyong apila. For more details, follow and message us on our official Facebook page at ECC Official or search for the Employees Compensation Commission. Remember, kahit may ECC, lagi ka pa rin mag-ingat, ha?
Thank you. We proceed with our next slide. Okay. We have mentioned po yung ating mga related benefits. Kabilang na po yung tinatawag nating cash assistance. Kung sakasakali po meron tayong approved easy claims, either in the SSS or GSIS, maaari po kayong mag-apply ng ating po tinatawag na cash assistance sa ECC. On the screen po, nandiyan po ang ating mga requirements. For approved disability benefits, meron po mga possibility po tayo makatanggap ng amount na 10,000 pesos. For approved easy death benefits, ang mga beneficiaries po ay maaari makatanggap ng 15,000 pesos. So we proceed on our next succeeding slide. For the few remaining precious minutes allotted to ECC, banggitin lang po natin, easy benefits are distinct and separate from SSS and GSIS benefits. Ang contribution po nito ay nanggagaling lang sa ating mga employers. For the private sector, nanggagaling lang po sa ating mga respective agencies sa ating pong public sector. So, ang ating pong venue of filing for the private sector, SSS. For the public sector, ang venue po ng filing ay GSIS. So, in terms of purpose, paano po natin madidistinguish ang easy benefits sa SSS o GSIS benefits? Tandaan lang po natin, ito po ay patungkol lamang sa mga work-connected disability or death due to sickness or injury. Yan lamang po ang tangi at bukod tanging dahilan ng pagbibigay ng benepisyo. Maaaring nyo sabihin nyo na napakaganda ng programa, pero ganun pa man, kinakailangan din po natin mag-ingat, lalong-lalo na po sa panahon ngayon. So maraming salamat po sa pagkakataong pinagkaloob po sa Employees Compensation Commission at tayo po ay maging ligtas sa lahat ng pagkakataon. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Deputy Executive Director Villa Soto, to share with us the revised IRR of the Fire Code of the Philippines for general establishment. We have the Deputy Director for Fire Safety Enforcement Group of the Bureau of Fire Protection, Fire Superintendent Jan Gary D. Lunas.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Superintendent Jan Gary D. Lunas. I am the Deputy Director of the Fire Safety Enforcement Group of the Bureau of Fire Protection. The topic that is assigned to me now is the revised implementing rules and regulations of the Fire Code of the Philippines, or Republic Act 9514. As you all know, the 2009 IRR of the Fire Code was revised last 2019, or 10 years after its implementation. Throughout these past 10 years, several issues have to be resolved by the Bureau of Fire Protection that necessitated the amendment of the IRR. So today, I will be sharing to you some of the most important provision that applies to general establishments. The objectives of our session for today are the following. Number one, for you to be able to enumerate some of the most important general requirements on various establishments. And number two, for you to be able to determine the required fees and fines in the application of the required certificate and clearances from the Bureau of Fire Protection. Before I will go to the most important provisions that applies to general establishments, let me first emphasize this preliminary information. The first one is on coverage of the Fire Code of the Philippines. The Fire Code applies to all persons, either natural or juridical, and it also applies on all buildings, facilities, or structures in their premises constructed before and after the effectivity of the law. Considering that the law has a retroactive effect, buildings, structures, or facilities constructed before the passing and implementation of this law must still comply. Another very important information that I'd like to share with you is on the authority to enforce and administer the Fire Code of the Philippines. You know, under the law, it is the BFP which has the authority to enforce and administer the Fire Code of the Philippines, and not any other agencies or entities of the government. And to both said assertion, the newly passed BFP Modernization Law, or Republic Act 11589, further enhanced and clarified this Monday. Now, let me now go to the general requirements on buildings and establishments. Let us start from the requirement of a company fire brigade under Section 6021. The revised IRR requires that business establishments that can accommodate at least 50 persons shall establish and maintain its own fire brigade to deal with fire and other emergencies within its premises. This is, of course, in addition to the fire safety requirements in the premises before a fire safety inspection certificate may be issued by the fire marshal having jurisdiction. A certificate of competency is also a requirement for fire volunteers, fire volunteer organizations, and fire safety practitioners before they engage themselves as fire volunteers or as designers, contractors, or those even involved in the upkeep of fire safety systems. Currently, however, the COC for fire safety practitioners is still on hold due to the pending guidelines for its issuance. We also now have institutionalized the requirement that fire safety evaluation clearance is a prerequisite for the issuance of a building permit by the Office of the Building Official. Therefore, any building permit issued without the required EPSEC is null and void. However, this must be consistent with the provisions of the National Building Code, which provides that the fire marshal has to act within 5 days from the endorsement of the building official. Failure on the part of the fire marshal to act within the period specified, then the building official is now justified to issue a building permit even without the fire safety evaluation clearance. The BFP also again requires the submission of fire safety reports as a condition before a fire safety evaluation clearance or a fire safety inspection certificate may be issued. If you recall, the submission of Fire and Life Safety Assessment Report, or FALAR, was removed by then Secretary Robredo of the ILG. But because of the many fire incidents that were proven to be caused by poor maintenance and inadequate compliance of the required fire safety systems or fire safety requirements, the BFP deemed it proper to require again the submission of a well-documented fire safety reports. These are now called Fire Safety Compliance Report, which is a requirement for fire safety evaluation clearance, Fire Safety Compliance and Commissioning Report, which is a requirement in the application for Fire Safety Inspection Certificate for occupancy, and the Fire Safety Maintenance Report, which is a requirement for application for business operation, which is annual. Which buildings are now required to submit these reports? All buildings that are required to install wet standpipe system, automatic fire suppression system, and automatic fire detection and alarm system are required to submit these reports, number one, during application for fire safety evaluation clearance, in which is in this case you have to submit the fire safety compliance report. Then you are going to submit fire safety compliance and commissioning report in the application for fire safety air safety inspection certificate for occupancy when the building is already finished and will now be applied for occupancy. And lastly, fire safety maintenance report when securing FSIC for business operation. That means you're going to submit this fire safety maintenance report annually to the Bureau of Fire Protection as a requirement for your fire safety inspection certificate. Currently, however, only the submission of the fire safety maintenance report is required due to the pending guidelines for the issuance of COC for fire safety practitioners who are the only authorized signatory of these reports. For the fire safety maintenance report required now, the building administrator or manager may sign the report for the meantime. Again, only fire safety practitioners issued with certificate of competency are allowed to prepare, sign, and certify the fire safety compliance report, fire safety compliance and commissioning report, and the fire safety maintenance report. Let us now go to the requirement on fire safety clearances. Aside from the fire safety inspection certificate, which is a requirement for occupancy and for business operation, the fire code also requires that fire safety clearances be secured for the storage, handling, and transportation of hazardous materials and hazardous operations and processes. Also, fire safety clearances are required for the installation of fire safety and warning system and building service equipment. However, for those that are included already in the application for fire safety evaluation clearance as a requirement for the building permit, you do not have to apply for an independent fire safety clearance. However, for a standalone application, which means these are the applications that are after the building have been issued with certificate of occupancy, say for example, replacement or maintenance or upgrading, then you have to apply for a separate fire safety clearance, which is called an standalone fire safety clearance. The fire code also now requires the mandatory posting of emergency evacuation plan. In the old implementing rules and regulations, only places of assembly buildings are required to post. Now, under Section 10.2.513 of the revised implementing rules and regulations, all buildings are now required to post emergency evacuation plans on conspicuous locations within the premises of the building. And the basic informations that are enumerated herein are the required information that must be present in your emergency evacuation plan. Also, there are dimensions required depending on the floor area of your establishment or your building. So enumerated in the slides are the dimensions required based on areas. Okay. Now, for fire detection, alarm, and communication systems under Section 10.2.6.6, please be informed that we now recognize the Philippine Electronics Code as additional standard in the design and installation of our fire alarm system. That is in addition to NFPA 72, which is the usual reference of the fire code of the Philippines. So currently, we are now recognizing the Philippine Electronics Codes as an additional reference in the design. Now, on automatic sprinklers, we also have added NFPA 13R. Originally, we only consider NFPA 13 or the standard for the installation of the sprinkler system to be the sole standard for the installation of sprinkler system. But currently, we now recognize NFPA 13R for low-rise residential occupancies. That means you may use NFPA 13R for buildings that are 4 stories and below. Now, for standpipe system, we recognize NFPA 14 as the standard for the installation of standpipe system. And as an additional information, we now only require wet standpipe system. We have removed the requirement for a dry pipe system in the Philippines. Now, another very important requirement is the institutionalization of the requirement for a smoke control system on high-rise buildings, smoke refuge areas, atrium of covered malls, underground structures and windowless facilities, all means of egress that are smoke protected, all MOBI houses, and all other buildings with an area of at least 1,115 square meters. Now, the design, installation, operation, or testing of this smoke control system should be in accordance with the Philippine Mechanical Code, or the PME Code, NFPA 92, or the Standard for Smoke Control System, NFPA 204, the Standard for Smoke and Heat Venting. Also, I'd like to emphasize for healthcare occupancies or hospitals, we now allow that the emergency rooms, operating rooms, intensive care units, delivery rooms, and other similar facilities may now be located up to 5th floor. Originally, in the old IRR, we limit the location of these facilities in the ground floor. However, because of several requests and appeal from the stakeholders, we now allow it up to the 5th floor. However, if you're going to locate it on the 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, or 5th floor, you have to provide a ramp for the use for emergency purposes. No? So again, the general rule is still it should be in the ground floor. However, if for any reason you cannot use the ground floor as the location of these facilities, you may locate it up to the 5th floor or up to the 1st level basement, provided that you provide a ramp or a horizontal exit. This ramp or horizontal exit must be fully enclosed in a 2-hour fire rating enclosure. For hotworks operations, like welding, cutting, and other hotworks operations, please be reminded of the hotworks clearance requirement under Section 10.4.17.1. If you recall, this is one of the issues that we raised during the Kentex fire incident for failure of the establishment of the operator or the operator to secure the hotworks clearance prior to the welding operation, which caused the fire in that facility, in that factory. So for business establishment requiring almost daily repair or maintenance operation due to its nature or business or operations, you may secure your hotworks clearance annually. And also for construction with project duration exceeding 1 year, the validity of your hotworks clearance is annual. Now for constructions or renovations that are less than 1 year, then it should be on a per project duration basis. Let us now go to part 4 of my lecture, which is the fees, charges, and fines. Let us first talk about the fire safety inspection fee. This is the fee that you pay to the Bureau of Fire Protection when you are securing the fire safety inspection certificate, either for the certificate of occupancy or for business permit. So originally, this is 10% of all fees charged by the local government unit or PESA or any other government agencies that require our fire safety inspection certificate. Because of this amendment, we have raised it to 15%. So from 10% to 15% of all fees charged. So there is an increase of 5%. For storage clearance fee, this is for the storage of flammable and combustible materials. This is issued when you store flammable and combustible materials or liquid in your premises, and this is based on the storage capacities. And an example would be for calcium carbide, where you have the storage capacity and the annual fees on the right portion of the table. And also, we also require the securing of the installation clearance, and for that, you will pay the installation clearance fee. This is for the installation of gas, flammable and combustible liquid systems, installation of equipment, utilities and facilities, and installation of fire protection and warning systems. So as you can see in the table, there are equivalent rates based on the kind of the installation clearance that you're going to apply. So for gases, this is 280 pesos for those that are exceeding 454 liters capacity. And for flammable and combustible liquids in above ground and underground tanks, it is 1,049. Now for equipment, utilities, and facilities, this is 0.10% of the verified estimated value of equipment or utility to be installed. Okay. Now for conveyance clearance, this is for the issuance of clearance to vehicles transporting any explosives, flammable liquids, and combustible materials over streets, water, or through pipelines, or even to load and unload such explosives, flammable liquids, or combustible materials in or from any vessel, boat, craft, or railway. So an example would be for cargo truck, motor vehicle, tank truck, tank trailer, and tank semi-trailer carrying flammable or combustible liquids. For the first 2,000 liters, you have to pay 1,748. Now, for every additional 400 liters or fractions thereof, you have to pay an additional 70 pesos. And for other kinds of flammable or combustible materials, there are other table in the fire code where you can consult to determine the rate. Now, for other fees, there are other activities or other or even the securing of documents, as well as other functions or activities that BIP that you usually pay. You know, example, in the conduct of fire drill, you have to pay 1,000 pesos. If you're going to appeal from the decision of the local fire marshal to higher authorities, you have to pay an appeal fee. So these are the example of other fees. No? And then for administrative fines, these are the penalties that you incur for failure to secure, say for example, the required clearances. An example of which is your failure under literacy is your failure to secure a fire safety evaluation clearance prior to the construction of the building, which is penalized by 37,500 on the first offense and 50,000 pesos on the second offense, and on the third offense you will be closed. Okay, and then another very important is on number 9. This is failure to comply within the period specified in the affidavit of undertaking, because you usually promise to comply within an extended period and you execute an affidavit of undertaking, but sometimes you fail to comply with the promised date, and so you will be penalized by 37,500 to 50,000 pesos, depending on how many times you fail to comply with your promise to comply with the fire safety requirements. That ends my lecture for today. Good afternoon, good morning, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Fire Superintendent Lunas, and to our esteemed resource persons for the vital information you have shared. For our open forum, may we now call on our moderator for the session, the Executive Director of the Occupational Safety and Health Center, Engineer Noel C. Binag.
Ayun. Again, thank you to our very insightful resource speakers. Let us all give them virtual thumbs up and a round of applause. The initial presentation was conducted by our DOLE Assistant Secretary for the Regional Operations, Labor Standards and Special Concerns Cluster, Dr. Maria Teresita Cocueco. Dr. Cocueco presented the governance in the new world of work amidst and beyond COVID-19 pandemic. Her presentation was very timely and appropriate in our current situation. Many of us very much are engaged in the presentation on the leader's pillar of actions, the Department of Labor and Employment's policy, strategies, and the challenges as well, and opportunities related to us in the workplace, among others. Our second resource speaker was Attorney Crunimas Escudero. Attorney Escudero's presentation on establishing occupational safety and health standards in the public sector was very informative. Indeed, we agree that workers, including those in the public sector, should be well protected from the work-related accidents and illnesses. The collective effort of the Civil Service Commission, the Department of Health, and the Department of Labor and Employment in crafting this joint memorandum circular number series of 2021 will significantly improve workplace conditions for workers, their families, members, and the general public. The next speaker was Attorney Jonathan Villasoto. Comprehensive discussion regarding the OSH programs, ECC policy response to COVID-19 pandemic, and the process on how to file EC benefits have greatly impacted us. In a way, we have learned that workers or their dependents should be provided with just benefits in rehabilitation related services in the event of work-related injuries and accidents. Moreover, now that the services in the event of work-related injuries, we recognize that COVID as a compensable work-related disease, and the ECC will continuously work to improve its policy services to better serve the Filipino workers, especially during this trying time. And our last presenter of this plenary one was delivered to us by Chief Fire Superintendent John Lunas regarding the Fire Code of the Philippines. Not only did we know the general requirements, the fines, and the charges paid in applying the required certificates, clearances from the Bureau of Fire of the Philippines, we also understood that this Republic Act 9514 helps prevent tragic fires and improve fire services, ultimately to save the valuable lives and properties of the general public. Once again, we would like to thank you for contributing your expertise in our 17th National OSH Congress. Let us all give them virtual thumbs up and a round of applause. Again, now let's start with question and answer portion. We start with Congresswoman Janet. This is addressed to Asek Tesco Cueco. The first question comes from Mr. Edmund Monchua, posted via Zoom. The first question is, who is checking compliance on the required ventilation system to prevent spread of COVID-19 in the workplace?
Okay, yes. Kasi DOLE issuance to, no? On the DOLE issuance, really for all workplaces, labor inspectors. That's part, you know, if you see the ventilation compliance, sandali, sorry ha, I think, yeah. If you see there are already the checklists there. There's a qualitative and quantitative, so that it will not be difficult for owners to already assess themselves, and for our labor inspectors to also use that same checklist to assess. But that is for that is for the DOLE. But and that is also going to be used because in the safety seal, you will have other inspectors. In the safety seal, I already mentioned that the responsibility of DOLE is for the construction, manufacturing, information, utilities. Then if you go to the different other sectors like restaurants, hotels, the groceries, iba na ang magiging safety seal inspectors. It may be for the DTI, that's the barbershop and salon, the DILG for government offices, the LGUs for the public, the marketplaces, the groceries, restaurants outside hotels, and for the hotels, the DOT. Hopefully soon we will have the DOTR for the public public utility vehicles. Okay, having said that, that is still part of the checklist in the safety seal requirement ventilation standards that the O224 has also been part of that. So may kanya-kanya po yan. Again, it will be different if there's safety seal, but all in all, because this is still the mandate of the DOLE, ang DOLE inspectors.
Thank you, Ma'am Tess. The second question comes from Mr. Mark Aquino via Zoom. How do you deal with discrimination, especially to workers who recovered from COVID-19?
Alam niyo po, nasa batas actually na may penalty ang discrimination. I'm not sure if it was in the Bayanihan 1, and then also in the recording, then the next law on the reporting of notifiable with the DOH, because there are penalties, there are for discrimination. So it is there po. Atandali ha. Can I have the SOM? I think the secretary is asking me something. Can I answer this again later? But there's a law for this po.
So can we now go to the next speaker while waiting for Ma'am Tess? This is addressed to the civil service. Civil service, yeah. This one comes from an anonymous attendee posted via Zoom. The question is, will overtime pay be applicable to OH personnel in the government clinics, even if we are not regular employee?
Well, overtime, nandun yun sa joint memorandum circular ng CSC and DBM. Those are for the plantilla positions, and yung mga of service and job orders, they're covered by a different contract. If it is provided in their contract na pwede silang mag-overtime pay, then the agency is bound to respect that.
Okay, the next question comes from Dr. Marisa San Jose, posted via Zoom. The Joint Civil Service DOLE circular requires government offices to provide health services such as clinics. Does this mean government offices are now allowed to hire occupational health personnel, nurses, medical doctors, etc., and have their own clinics with their respective offices?
Yeah, there are government offices which has clinics and doctors and nurses. Pag nasa list yan ng plantilla positions ng isang agency, then they're allowed to hire. Pero you don't just create these positions, no? It has to undergo the process. No, kailangan ng approval ng DBM na magki-create kayo ng positions na to in your respective agencies. So it's happening now. Meron naman talagang mga ahensya, merong mga offices na may mga doctors, may mga nurses to serve the employees of that particular agency.
The next question, again addressed to civil service, comes from Jobel Malaygay, posted via Zoom. Is the hiring of or designation of a safety officer considered by civil service in the public sector to achieve these objectives? Ulitin ko na lang. Is the hiring or designation of a safety officer considered by civil service in the public sector to achieve these objectives?
Ito lang yung pagkakaintindi ko. Based dun sa JMC natin, hindi nag-create ng ng bagong posisyon for safety and health officer, no? Meron lang i-designate, meaning may existing na position na yung tao, no? And then i-designate siya as OSH officer, as focal. So designation, you don't hire new employees, no, to act as safety and health officer.
Okay, our next question is directed to Attorney Jonathan Villasoto of ECC. From Mark Esteban via Zoom. For the close contact personnel of confirmed case in the workplace, may they also be allowed to claim ECC?
Good morning po. On the condition that they have that they were found positive for COVID-19, they may file their EC claims. Considering po that EC benefits aim to provide disability or that benefit due to work-connected sickness or injury. So as such, we need this submission of proof showing that we were found positive. Otherwise, our medical evaluators may not be able to determine the compensability of that illness.
Another question to address to Attorney Jonathan Villasoto from John Noel de la Cruz. Sir, if, for example, the employee is hired under a job order in a government, are they also covered on your ECC?
Yes, ito po, this may be confirmed by our CSC representative. All JOs po are in the government, are not yet considered as government employee. So, however, our coverage under EC has been extended to all self-employed individuals. So, on the assumption that that the participant has already registered as a EC self-employed in the SSS, he may file ECC claim in the SSS.
Again, coming from an anonymous attendee intended for ECC, in this work from home setup, how do you justify that being affected by COVID-19 is work-related?
And so far as evidence po is concerned, the degree of proof under our labor law is substantial evidence, meaning such amount of relevant evidence which a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion on the existence or non-existence of the fact in issue. So, without saying that all transmission or infections that occurred in our homes or residences may not be considered as work-related, that requires a medical evaluation pa po. So yung po mga incidents ng alleged transmission or infections in our homes while we're performing our duties would require medical evaluation po.
This question is now directed to Fire Superintendent John Lunas. The question that comes from an anonymous attendee. Question is the Bureau of Fire the only entity that is authorized to conduct training for fire brigade and fire safety practitioner?
No, sir. Under the law, the PFP can enter into a memorandum of agreement with other entities for the conduct of those trainings. However, the training shall be under the full supervision and control still of the Bureau of Fire Protection. So professional groups may conduct these trainings, even other private entities may conduct this training as long as they have an existing memorandum of agreement with BFP and the trainings are being supervised by the BFP.
Again, another question coming from Ms. Lisa Quinto via Zoom. What is the ideal head count of a fire brigade and how can we determine the minimum head count required for our facility?
Well, there is no particular rule or guideline as to how many members of the fire brigade you should have in your fire brigade. That would depend on the operation or how big is your facility or establishment. No? Small establishment, of course, would need basic fire brigade organizations, and complicated structures and big buildings would have also complicated and complete fire brigade structure. So wala po kaming minamandate kung ilan ba talagang tao ang nandyan, as long as you determine kung ano po yung necessities ng inyong opisina, ng inyong establishment, and then you propose that to the BFP, and that will be approved by the fire marshal having jurisdiction.
And another one, again, coming from an anonymous attendee for our speaker 4. Our building engineering cannot provide emergency programs given that we are leasing a part of their building. May I ask if there are violations to appeal to the building administrator?
That would actually depend on the agreements in the lease contract. Some lease contract would say that compliance with government regulations as far as the requirements is given to the lessee. Sometimes it is with the lessor. So dun po yung tinitingnan namin kung sino yung may responsibility for compliance. However, generally, compliances must be made by the building owner.
In the interest of time, we will now accommodate one last question from our participants for the plenary one. Again, going back to Asectes Cocueco, Asectes, Montes, from Don Orido, posted via Zoom.
Pakita ng ulit.
Ulitin ko
Namamangkala
lang.
talaga ako sa dalaw. Sige, ano yun?
Yeah. Ito yung tanong. This is to respectfully express my query on the second paragraph of the section 2 of the Labor Advisory number 18, which states that in case of contracts for construction projects or for security, janitorial, and services, the cost of COVID-19 prevention and control measures shall be borne by the principals or clients of the construction services contractor. May we clarify if the statement principals or clients of the construction service contractor is referring to whom or to what entity? Haba ng tanong. Okay. Okay, can I go back to civil service? Question coming from Mr. Augusto Lee. How do you deal with government agencies that are not complying with the joint memorandum circular? That's a good question, sir.
Yeah, there is a monitoring and evaluation portion there, no? And meron din tayong administrative justice mechanism. So pwede pong ireklamo, and the primary responsible person here is the agency head. So pwede pong ireklamo, but I am encouraging everyone na since this is a very new, relatively new policy, let us help each other first, no, para ma-implement yung provisions ng JMC. Wag agad yung pagkukulang. Maganda na punain yung mga pagkukulang, pero I am discouraging yung pag-file agad ng mga kaso. Let us help each other first para ma-implement natin yung provisions ng Joint Memorandum Circular. But rest assured, meron sa policy, meron tayong administrative justice mechanism. Ibig sabihin, pwede ninyong filean ng kaukulang administratibo, kasong administratibo, ang sino man na hindi sumusunod sa Joint Memorandum Circular na inisyu ng CSCDOH at DOLE.
This is addressed to civil service. This comes from Geoffrey Cueto, posted via Zoom. Thus, the government sector has now a plantilla position for a safety officer, and is this included in their QS?
Sa ngayon, wala pang safety officer, and as I have said earlier, yung magiging safety officer natin will be a designated safety officer. Ibig sabihin, dati na siyang empleyado ng ahensya mismo. So designation pa lang ngayon. As you can see, yung plantilla kasi it has to undergo the approval process, and even baka kailangan nga ng legislation para magkaroon ng plantilla positions pagdating natin sa safety, occupational safety and health officer sa public sector. So sa ngayon, based sa JMC, designation muna.
Okay. This question is addressed to Attorney Jonathan Villasoto, ECC, from Fernando Bataclan. How do we know if our company is contributing to ECC, especially we are from the private sector?
Okay po. So all compulsory members po of the SSS are covered under EC. Their contributions may be verified in the SSS.
Another question coming from Shaira Jane Nesas, again addressed to ECC. Who will determine that the COVID-19 case is work-related? Do we have procedures on determining work-relatedness of COVID-19 cases?
On the question on who determines the initial and exclusive jurisdiction on the evaluation of EC claims reside in the SSS as implementing agency of the Employees Compensation Program in the private sector. On the question, how do we determine, insofar as PD 626 is concerned, or the Employees Compensation Law, we determine the compensability of an illness, either the inclusion of that illness in the list of occupational and work-related diseases subject to satisfaction of conditions. In the event that such claimed illness is not yet included, we determine the compensability of that illness under the increased risk theory, meaning the claimant must prove that the working conditions increase the risk of contracting the symptoms of that illness.
May I now direct the next question to Asek Tess Coqueto if she's ready. Asek Tess. Asek Tess. So, hindi pa ready. So this is a general question that anybody can respond to this question from Jomir Alipio via Zoom, posted via Zoom. What would be the best starting point to establish an OSH in the workplace? Do we have templates, forms, process for starters? Asek.
Okay, ako na. Sige, two questions. I mean, I'll try to make it fast because there's another, baka maano na naman ako ni Sek. Okay, first, tapusin ko lang kay Don Orido. On the Labor Advisory 18, sinabi kasi there were two paragraphs. The first paragraph said every employer should answer for the cost. A contractor is still an employer, so his employees should have the necessary PPEs. Now, if they are janitorial construction, where there is a contract now with a principal, that is where we're saying the principal, because they require that these contractual workers should also have the necessary PPEs. Depending, kasi ito naman din ang that should also be part of the contract with the contractors. That is the second paragraph. But that the employers themselves should be providing the necessary PPEs is also a requirement. They can go to different employers, diba? Kasi contractuals yan eh. But then, there should be PPEs provided because at no cost to the worker ang PPE. So, for the first instance, the employer, if they have contracts like construction, janitorial, and these are still required, then it's now in the contract that it should be amended. On the second, On the template, may template na po yan. Please go to the BWC website for the OSH program. The full template is there depending on the program you are going to implement. It is very easy to follow. It is templated. Even the letters, even the policies, they're all written. All you have to do is sign it off if you want it, or you want to modify it. That's okay with us as well. But it's all there po. Just go to the OSH program in the BWC website.
Thank you, Ma'am Tess. Once again, we would like to express our warmest and most sincere appreciation to all of our plenary one resource speakers for gracing the 17th National Occupational Safety and Health Congress. Your discussions and presentations were very informative and enlightening. Asek Cocueco, Attorney Escudero, Attorney Villa Soto, and Superintendent Lunas, we thank you for gracing our 17th NOSH Congress and imparting to us knowledge and your expertise. Indeed, this is a worthwhile experience. You all have helped us learn and appreciate the innovations of the occupational safety and health governance. Maraming salamat po.
Once again, we would like to thank our resource persons, moderator, and the participants for a very productive discussion. We will now present the certificates of appreciation to Executive Director Noel C. Binag for his invaluable contribution as moderator, Assistant Secretary Maria Teresita Escocueco, Director Crunumar Antonio D. Escudero III, Deputy Executive Director Attorney Jonathan T. Villasoto, and Fire Superintendent Jan Gary D. Lunas for being our resource persons.
araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority. Not only for you, but for others too.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan para araw-araw ang kayod.
Our company ensures that we have a safe and healthy workplace. Kaya maayos kami nakakapagtrabaho. Siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Mas nagiging productive if we follow the safety and health protocols at all times.
Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente. Kampante ako dahil kumpleto ang gamit at PPE namin. Pasado sa OSHC testing standards.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa, lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhing lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo, maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. 5S. Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag 5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Seaton, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Seso, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Tamang pagbuhat. Iwasan ang aksidente sa pagbubuhat ng mabibigat na bagay. Ano ba ang tamang paraan ng pagbuhat? Planuhin ang kilos at siguruhing walang sagabal sa dadaanan. Lumapit, hawakan ng mahigpit ang bubuhatin at gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Buhatin ng dahan-dahan at siguruhing diretso ang likod. Siguruhing malapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Tandaan sa tamang pagbuhat. Planuhin ang kilos. Gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Siguruhing diretso ang likod. Ilapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Respiratory protective equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumigas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa sunog. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada isang oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala mula sa
araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority. Not only for you, but for others too.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan para araw-araw ang kayod.
Our company ensures that we have a safe and healthy workplace. Kaya maayos kami nakakapagtrabaho. Siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Mas nagiging productive if we follow the safety and health protocols at all times.
Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente. Kampante ako dahil kumpleto ang gamit at PPE namin. Pasado sa OSHC testing standards.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa, lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhing lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo, maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout-tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout-tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. "5S". Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag-5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Seaton, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Seso, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Tamang pagbuhat. Iwasan ang aksidente sa pagbubuhat ng mabibigat na bagay. Ano ba ang tamang paraan ng pagbuhat? Planuhin ang kilos at siguruhing walang sagabal sa dadaanan. Lumapit, hawakan ng mahigpit ang bubuhatin at gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Buhatin ng dahan-dahan at siguruhing diretso ang likod. Siguruhing malapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Tandaan sa tamang pagbuhat. Planuhin ang kilos. Gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Siguruhing diretso ang likod. Ilapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sakuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Respiratory protective equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa sunog, alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada isang oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC.
Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority. Not only for you, but for others too.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan para araw-araw ang kayod.
Our company ensures that we have a safe and healthy workplace. Kaya maayos kami nakakapagtrabaho. Siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Mas nagiging productive if we follow the safety and health protocols at all times.
Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente. Kampante ako dahil kumpleto ang gamit at PPE namin. Pasado sa OSHC testing standards.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhing lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo, maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. "5S". Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag-5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Sitten, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Seso, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Tamang pagbuhat. Iwasan ang aksidente sa pagbubuhat ng mabibigat na bagay. Ano ba ang tamang paraan ng pagbuhat? Planuhin ang kilos at siguruhing walang sagabal sa dadaanan. Lumapit, hawakan ng mahigpit ang bubuhatin at gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Buhatin ng dahan-dahan at siguruhing diretso ang likod. Siguruhing malapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Tandaan sa tamang pagbuhat. Planuhin ang kilos. Gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Siguruhing diretso ang likod. Ilapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sakuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Respiratory protective equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa sunog, alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada isang oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhing lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at ay
araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority. Not only for you, but for others too.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan para araw-araw ang kayod.
Our company ensures that we have a safe and healthy workplace. Kaya maayos kami nakakapagtrabaho. Siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Mas nagiging productive if we follow the safety and health protocols at all times. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente. Kampante ako dahil kumpleto ang gamit at PPE namin. Pasado sa OSHC testing standards.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at
Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhing lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo, maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. 5S. Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag 5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Seaton, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Seso, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Tamang pagbuhat. Iwasan ang aksidente sa pagbubuhat ng mabibigat na bagay. Ano ba ang tamang paraan ng pagbuhat? Planuhin ang kilos at siguruhing walang sagabal sa dadaanan. Lumapit, hawakan ng mahigpit ang bubuhatin at gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Buhatin ng dahan-dahan at siguruhing diretso ang likod. Siguruhing malapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Tandaan sa tamang pagbuhat. Planuhin ang kilos. Gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Siguruhing diretso ang likod. Ilapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa, lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhin lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo, maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout-tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout-tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. 5S. Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag 5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Sitten, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Seso, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Tamang pagbuhat. Iwasan ang aksidente sa pagbubuhat ng mabibigat na bagay. Ano ba ang tamang paraan ng pagbuhat? Planuhin ang kilos at siguruhing walang sagabal sa dadaanan. Lumapit, hawakan ng mahigpit ang bubuhatin at gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Buhatin ng dahan-dahan at siguruhing diretso ang likod. Siguruhing malapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Tandaan sa tamang pagbuhat. Planuhin ang kilos. Gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Siguruhing diretso ang likod. Ilapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Respiratory protective equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC.
Please stand by. The 17th NOSH Congress will begin in 10 minutes. Please stand by. The 17th NOSH Congress will begin in 5 minutes. Good afternoon, OSH advocates. Welcome to Plenary 2 of the 17th National Occupational Safety and Health Congress. This plenary session will highlight OSH communication and education in the digital world.
Good afternoon to all. A few reminders for everyone. Please send your questions through the Q&A button for this to be addressed during the open forum. Don't forget to accomplish the evaluation form, which will be posted at the end of Plenary 2 later this afternoon.
For those who are watching via YouTube, you may send your questions through the live chat. We will also post the link of the evaluation form here at the end of each day.
To discuss collaborations in OSH trainings to advance young workers' skills development, we have the Executive Director of the National Institute for Technical Education and Skills Development of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, Engineer David B. Bungalion.
Good afternoon. Am I in?
Yes, sir.
Am I in? Yeah, good afternoon. Narinig po ba ako? Okay. I thought I need a signal. Yeah. So, Secretary Silvestre Bello of the Department of Labor and Employment, sir. Executive Director Noel Binag of the Occupational Safety and Health Center. Commissioner Carlito Roble of the Employees Compensation Commission. Mr. Sergio Ortiz Luis, President of the Employers Confederation of the Philippines. The whole of the OSH community, guests, and participants, isang mapagpalang hapon po. First, I would like to congratulate our organizers, the Occupational Safety and Health Center, in leading this Congress towards the promotion of the safety and health of our workers. We are one with the Center in your mandate and advocacy. In the implementation of technical vocational education and training, occupational safety and health is one of the important competencies in the 21st century skills that are integrated in our basic competencies. Well, basic competencies are non-technical knowledge, skills, and attitudes that everybody needs in order to perform satisfactorily at work and in life. These are considered portable and transferable, irrespective of jobs and industrial settings. The 21st century skills are a broad set of knowledge, skills, and work habits. These are considered critically important for workers to succeed in the ever-changing economic landscape. Well, specifically, OSH competencies cover knowledge, skills, and attitudes required to practice occupational safety and health work practices, supervise and lead in the implementation and improvement of occupational safety and health programs, policies, and procedures in the workplace. In Tibet, occupational safety and health competencies are integrated in the different training regulation levels. For example, in the case of Tibet program under National Certificate Level 1, we have integrated follow OSH policies and procedures. In National Certificate Level 2, we have integrated the practice of occupational safety and health policies and procedures. And in level 3, evaluate OSH work practices. Level 4, lead in the improvement of OSH programs, policies, and procedures. Even in the Philippine qualification framework, level 5, we call it the diploma programs of under Tibet. This can be seen in program learning outcomes number 4 and 15, meaning we have integrated how to demonstrate understanding of the societal, health, safety, legal, and cultural issues and the consequent responsibilities relevant to technology practice. We have also integrated how to establish, manage, and sustain OSH programs relevant to the workplace. Further, in the conduct of Tibet programs, textbook trainers expound occupational safe and healthy in competency-based learning materials which they use in the delivery of programs. TESDA also mainstream OSH in its delivery systems by capacitating the Tibet trainers through the conduct of the basic occupational safety and health or the BROS program of the Department of Labor and Employment. TESDA takes an active role in collaborating with partners for advancing young workers' skills development that includes occupational safety and health. A good example in the TESDA is the TESDA and the USAID partnership. As part of the work readiness now for the USAID Opportunity 2.0 program, the 21st Century Skills modules were developed for National Certificates 1 and 2. 18 modules, including occupational safety and health, were developed, piloted, and deployed. These learning materials support the complement the training for occupational safety and health for the textbook learners at the institutions. And even during the pandemic, TESDA is tapping its partners and community to develop programs that respond to the needs of our learners, graduates, workers, as well as its own TESDA personnel. As an example of this is the e-learning course on practicing COVID-19 preventive measures in the workplace that has served at least 397,451 TESDA online program enrollees or learners since the start of the COVID-19 quarantines. The 2.5 hour this is a 2.5 hour online course, and it is free, self-paced course, very accessible through the TESDA online program. The e-learning portal of the TESDA for Technical Vocational Education Training serves as the learning management system for this practicing COVID-19 course. Internally, this is internally developed and vetted through the assistance of the Department of Health. The short course is also has been required to be taken by TESDA employees and trainers and Tibet learners. And there are some agencies also that have requested this course, this material. It is also accessible for offline use for those who do not have access to the internet. Well, to help employees combat anxieties caused by the COVID-19, mental health has also been incorporated in the Tibet curriculum and learning materials. We believe that in order for occupational safety and health to be effective and holistic, we must continue to integrate occupational safety and health competencies in the Tibet cycle and implement this in collaboration with stakeholders. We can still enrich and populate our learning resources for occupational safety and health for mainstreaming through the creation of open educational resources. Of course, these resources have to be vetted by professionals and experts. So in closing, TESDA remains an advocate and a partner in this endeavor. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Bongalion. to talk about delivering occupational safety and health training through digital platforms. Let us welcome the Division Chief of Occupational Safety and Health Centers Training and Public Information Division, Mr. Herman D. Esser Jr.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you the Occupational Safety and Health Center's experience in migrating from the traditional classroom to the online occupational safety and health training. Our sharing will have 4 parts: the paradigm shift, our e-learning experience, the insights gained, and the OSHC way forward. Until March 2020, the OSHC primarily conducts classroom training at the main office in Quezon City. To serve clients who could not attend the training at the OSHC due to distance and time constraints, we also conduct classroom training in regional centers throughout the country. The OSHC has been open to the idea of online mandatory OS training even before the start of the pandemic. In collaboration with the DOLE accredited Safety and Health Training Organization, or STO for short, the OSHC conducted online asynchronous BOS training from 2011 until 2017. However, only about 2,322 participants availed of the online training during that 6-year period. Back then, our future safety officers prepare attending classroom training over online training. On March 2020, President Rodrigo R. Duterte issued proclamation numbers 922 and 929, declaring public health emergency throughout the Philippines and declaring a state of calamity throughout the Philippines, respectively. On 30 April 2020, the Department of Trade and Industry and the Department of Labor and Employment issued the guidelines on the prevention and control of COVID-19 in workplaces for private establishments allowed to operate under the enhanced community quarantine. Considering the pressing need for more trained safety officers to help in the battle against the pandemic, Executive Director Noel C. Binag directed the OSHC Technical Working Group, which is composed of representatives from the Environment Control Division, Health Control Division, Safety Control Division, the Training and Public Information Division, and the Data Control Section, to migrate our training programs from classroom to online. Although working from home because of the lockdown, the TWG members immediately started evaluating the online apps available in the market, revised the classroom training modules and learning materials to tailor fit them for the online setting, and developed the module on COVID-19 prevention and control in the workplace. ED Noel Binag also issued a memorandum to all STOs dated 12 May 2020, which is the guidelines for the interim accreditation to conduct online mandatory OS training for safety and health officers, occupational health physicians, and occupational health nurses. As of last count, 58 out of the 88 DOLE accredited STOs are already granted interim accreditation to conduct online mandatory OS training. The process of developing the OSHC online training may be broken down into 3 phases. The TWG started with research and planning to identify the best features of classroom training, the best features of online training, and how we can harness them for effective delivery of OS training. It also involves evaluating the different webinar apps available in the market to determine which ones best suit our objectives. Module development includes revisiting our existing modules and identifying appropriate strategies to deliver the key learning points to our online learners. Before the initial public offering, pilot runs were also conducted to provide training personnel the experience as well as to evaluate the effectiveness of the training. For mandatory OS training, the OSHE prepares live webinar because it allows real-time interaction between the resource persons and the participants. That feature is also very useful, especially during group workshops. What are the advantages of online over classroom training? One is accessibility. Participants from throughout the country may attend the training being hosted in Quezon City. Participants from Zamboanga City may attend the training being hosted by the OSHE Regional Extension Unit 2 in Tuguegarao City. Even overseas Filipino workers currently based abroad may attend our training. Another is low cost. Our only major expense is the subscription fee for webinar apps because we have in-house resource persons. The cost is so low that we now offer our training free of registration fees for workers in the government sector, micro, small, and financially distressed private establishments. And of course, it is safer for our participants and resource persons. Let us also look at the key challenges being encountered by the OSHE in the conduct of online mandatory OS training. First is an stable internet connection. Our training managers ensure that each prospective participant has at least 3 Mbps internet connectivity before approval of registration. The problem is we do not know when the service will be interrupted for the participants and the training managers. For the OSHE training managers, we resorted to having off-site or offshore co-administrators. In case of connectivity problems at the OSHE office in Quezon City, the co-administrators working from home may temporarily take over as training managers. For the participants, however, we require them to attend the missed modules on the next training batch to catch up and complete the training. Another is electric power supply. For training managers, this is also addressed by having co-administrators from other locations. Third is availability of proper devices. Our training participants are required to use laptop or desktop computers because mobile phones and tablets are not effective for virtual workshops. Unfortunately, many participants from the micro and small enterprises do not have laptop and desktop computers. Monitoring the participants is another concern because we want to ensure that we issue certificates of completion only for the properly trained participants. We must ensure that the participants attend each session and participate in the group workshops. Last but not the least is online fatigue. Although resource persons are in front of their computers for 1 to 2 hours at a time only, the participants are sitting in front of their computers for longer hours. Although we encourage them to stand and stretch frequently, we must acknowledge and find ways to address the ergonomic issues. Our live webinar OS training are not fully synchronous. Participants are also given some tasks that they may perform at their prepared time. On the other hand, some of our advanced or specialized training, such as the online managing emerging health issues, work-relatedness of diseases, ergonomics in the workplace, and drug assessment team training, are already blended or hybrid. Since many of the participants are newbies to the online learning roadmap, many of the participants are not familiar with apps such as Zoom and Google Classroom. Without the assistance of training facilitators, They have difficulties in accessing the learning materials. Regarding the number of mandatory OS training conducted, please let me share with you what we have accomplished. From January to August 2021, we have conducted a total of 402 batches with 16,967 participants from 12,585 companies. Aside from the pre-advanced training and mandatory training for safety officers 2, which are being conducted in Quezon City, the OSHC also simultaneously conducts 15 batches of pre-training for safety officers 1 weekly through the regional extension units. May I emphasize, however, that we prioritize the target participants from the public sector, as well as micro, small, and financially challenged enterprises for our free training. From January to August 2021, on the other hand, the STOs conducted 1,290 batches of online mandatory OS training as compared to only 126 batches of face-to-face training. Regarding the quality of our online mandatory OS training, let me give you a glimpse of the feedback from our participants. I would like to point out that these data are derived from the overall evaluation of OSHC conducted BOSS SO2. We simply randomly picked 5 batches of face-to-face BOSS in 2019 and 5 batches of online BOSS SO2 conducted in 2021. The data show that the satisfaction levels of the participants for the OSHC conducted online BOSS SO2 training are higher than the face-to-face training. We can also see that the program design and organization, course content, and administrative support rank high in the client's evaluation. After running statistical tests, however, we found no significant difference in the satisfaction levels of the online and classroom participants. Let me share with you some of the feedback from our participants. They appreciate the training design, the expertise of our resource persons, the interactive activities, and our workshops. Among the most common complaints of the participants, on the other hand, are unstable internet connection and being in front of the computer for long hours. And these are some of the most common suggestions for improvement. Add more quick breaks in between sessions or ergonomic breaks. Have a chat group to address technical difficulties immediately. Reduce the number of group members for workshops to enable participants actively participate in group discussions. The numerous training previously attended by OSHC personnel are primarily designed for the development and conduct of classroom training programs. Retooling for the OSHC personnel is very much needed. We need to develop tools to measure the participants' learning, the effectiveness of resource persons, and the value of the entire training. We also observe that the group and individual tasks are very important for the participants' fruitful learning experience. Not all of our participants are tech savvy, and many have difficulties in navigating online platforms. Thus, the virtual classroom interface must be as user-friendly as possible. Video instruction materials on how to navigate the apps being used, such as Zoom and Google Classroom, are of great value as it relieves our resource persons and facilitators from giving directions repeatedly. Integrating third-party learning apps such as Slido, Mentimeter, and Kahoot also help enhance the virtual classroom experience. The more varied the methodologies, the more engaging for the participants. Thus, at the OSHC, for instance, animations and graphics are used to explain key learning points in construction, occupational safety and health training. Tailor-fitted workshop videos are used for industry-focused posts, while advanced industrial hygiene courses and occupational health courses use online quizzes and exams to assess and reinforce learning. Incorporating different structured learning exercises within synchronous online lectures also help refresh participants, engaging them through multiple touchpoints and breaking the monotony of lecture discussions. Synchronous, asynchronous, and hybrid or blended training have their own advantages and disadvantages. Each may be used to cater to different target participants. OSHE is now leaning towards blended learning approach, which would push us to be more creative in developing materials that participants would find more exciting and appealing. Online training also means more interactive digital learning content. The OSHE is committed to ensuring that the OS materials are updated, complete, and accurate. The OSHE e-learning infrastructure is now underway with bigger investment in IT cloud storage and support, security, and e-learning technology. We are looking forward to a fully operational OSHE Learning Academy. We intend to enhance our OS training techniques and methodologies, have a one-stop shop for OSHE training activity planning and delivery, provide platform where training participants can access the training modules online, and utilize all potential training methods such as instructor-led, self-paced, and blended. It is expected that in the very near future, our training participants will experience more efficient, more effective, and more joyful learning journey. With the OSHE Learning Academy, we will harness the technology to make OS education accessible anytime and anywhere. We will be able to train more, reach more, and make training responsive to existing and emerging OS issues. Thank you very much and good afternoon to all of you. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Esset. Our next speaker will be talking about OSH advocacies adopting to the changes of times. We have with us the manager of the CSR and Project Management Department of the Employers Confederation of the Philippines, Ms. Rodora B. Snyder.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for inviting ECOP in this very momentous event of the occupational safety and health. So I was tasked to present to you the ECOP Academy program. Next. So the outline of my presentation is the rationale, features of our OSH Academy, and then way forward. Next. So, some background. We thought of establishing our own OSH Academy because of the following. First, the issuance of the IRR, or the Implementing Rules and Regulation of Act 11058, with the complete title of an act strengthening compliance with occupational safety and health standards and providing penalties for violation thereof, or the DO 198-18. And then there was also the DTI and DOLE interim guidelines on the workplace prevention and control of COVID-19, and the guidelines for the implementation of mental health, workplace policies and programs for the private sector. Next. So as of the moment, there are 80 registered STOs in the country, and there are 3,042 registered safety practitioners, while there are only 354 registered safety consultants. Next. Okay, some features of the OSH law. So may need po for first aiders, safety officers, fire safety inspection certificate, registration of establishment, and the AMR or the annual medical report. Next. Okay, so what are the features of the ECOP OSH Academy? So, of course, most importantly, workplace risk assessment, remediation program, and public or in-house training courses. For the training courses, we do have orientation on RA 11058 and its IRR. We also have orientation on DTI DOLE Joint Memo on the prevention and control of COVID-19. We also conducted 8-hour BOSH for SO1 and the 40-hour BOSH for SO2. There was also an 8-hour mandatory OSH training to all employees of enterprises, including ECOP Secretariat, the 24-hour training of trainers as mandated by the DOLE, 26 modules on Essential of Occupational Safety and Health, or EOS, and the Occupational Safety and Health for workers training on maternal and child health, breastfeeding in the workplace, healthy lifestyle, mental health, HIV and AIDS, TB in the workplace, and drug-free workplaces. For the consultancy and advisory, we do offer the following. We have a partnership with ECOP chapters all over the country, with local chambers of commerce and industries, other EBMOs, and STOs. We have direct emails, campaign, ECOP activities. During the ECOP activities, we do promote the academy. Of course, DOLE referral, and then aggressive social media campaign on all platforms, direct emails, campaign. So, competitive edge of ECOP among other STOs. So, first, we have a representation in policy making, including the IIR formulation and updating of OSH standards. We are accredited by the ITC ILO to conduct and deliver OSH training program. We have pool of competent speakers, strong presence in major cities. It can tailor fit the curriculum to industry requirements, can provide post-training assistance or support to foster a culture of OSH compliance. We have existing MOU with DOLE on labor inspection, utilization of online platform, huge employer network. We have also earned credibility in conducting quality OSH training and other training. And then our track record and experience in conducting OSH training, including BOSH, will speak for itself. Next. So here are some numbers. So we had public trainings, and then we have already 237 rather of participants. Next. So our way forward. So where do we go from here? of course, development and presentation of the OSH Academy guidelines. We will also branding of ECOP OSH Academy. Of course, ongoing is the procurement of basic equipment for the OSH Academy. And of course, we would like to launch of the ECOP OSH Academy. I think that's my last slide. Thank you so much for inviting ECOP. And congratulations to OSH Center for this very momentous activity.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder, and our experts for the very informative lectures. To lead us in the open forum, let us welcome our moderator, the Executive Director of the Institute for Labor Studies, Ma'am Ama Charisma Lobrin Satumba.
Is my audio clear?
Yes, ma'am, very clear. Loud and clear.
Thank you very much. For those who have just joined in or tuned in, welcome to Plenary 2 of the 17th OSH Congress, entitled OSH Communication and Education in the Digital World. Okay, and we have just finished with a presentation of our speakers. Executive Director David Bungalion of the National Institute for Technical Education and Skills Development on test the occupational safety and health for learners, trainers, and employees. Mr. Herman Esser Jr. of OSHC, he talked about delivering occupational safety and health training through digital platforms. And a good friend of mine, Ms. Rodora Dang Snyder of ECOP, she talked about OSH advocacies adapting to the changes of times, okay? With our current situation, people have come to realize the importance of occupational safety and health in the workplace. And it is good to see that the OSHC, TESDA, and ECOP saw the need to be relevant and thus shifted to online platforms in delivering their training services. So now we go to the open forum. Sige, baka pwede pong i-pin na natin ang ating mga speakers. And I encourage our participants to post their questions in the Q&A box. No? Sayang naman po, i-maximize na po natin ang presence ng ating mga representatives at mga renowned speakers from TESDA, OSHC, and ECOP. Okay? So is Ms. Dang Snyder here? Anyway, while waiting for her, para maipin yung kanyang cam, I'd like to ask the first question, ED David and Sir Herman, if it's okay with the two of you. Okay? So, as training providers, it is really your provision of OSH trainings despite the pandemic is really laudable. You have the OSHC has shifted through digital platforms, and TESDA has adopted flexible learning to continuously conduct event, and you said earlier na you have recognized OSH as one of the 21st century skills, di ba? That is really something, no? So do you think that this online approach to the delivery of training programs is bound to stay, even after post-pandemic, no? Or even if it's safe to conduct face-to-face trainings already? And if so, how can you fully maximize this shift and to even sustain this towards a wider reach? So yun. So sino po ba ang maunang sumagot?
Yeah. Okay. Let me.
Sige po.
Yeah. Let me respond first. Of course, this is a very challenging on the part of Tibet, considering that for technical vocational education and training, this includes programs that are not academic only, but involves actually the knowledge component and the skills component. So you cannot teach Tibet by, of course, discussing the knowledge component, or you cannot just teach. Okay, so it really needs the performance of the different learning outcomes in a certain of the different competencies of a course, or we call it actually a qualification. Okay. And these are skills intensive and equipment intensive, and this makes it very difficult on the part of Tibet. However, as to the question of should we sustain, or will the online program be sustainable, or the flexible learning, particularly on our part, it's the blended learning that we are advocating. It is the combination of online with the face-to-face as far as applicable. Okay, must be sustained. The answer is yes. It must be the new normal. As we are always saying to our Tibet trainers, there is no going back, because this actually, it's the pandemic. The pandemic has just accelerated, because we has accelerated this kind of learning modes, because we are actually moving towards that direction as we consider the fourth industrial revolution. Diba? Na we cannot escape the digital community, the digital economy. And when we talk of digital economy, the fourth industrial revolution, it involves digital technology plus the artificial intelligence that involves the big data analysis and collection, and that's actually that defines what fourth IR is. So it's the pandemic. On the positive note, it accelerated all of us in the not only in the education platform but also in the economy to go on with this kind of to work with digital technology in the delivery of education, or on our part the delivery of Tibet. So that is actually our advocacy to the Tibet community. There's no going back. That's why we have on the part of Tibet, we have formulated the flexible learning. And of course, it's very challenging because it's so easy. It's easier said than done that let's go for it. But there are three basic things. One, the capacity of the institution, the capacity of the learners, and the capability of the facilitators or the trainers. Okay, this must be taken in consideration in order that we will succeed in this kind of new normal system. Thank you.
Thank you, ED David. Truly, I really agree with you that the pandemic has accelerated the use of of online platforms, digitization, automation. How about you, Sir Herman?
Good afternoon po, Director Satumba. Okay. We at the OSHC believe that online training will stay even after the pandemic, especially for the OSHC, which targets the micro, small, and financially challenged enterprises, because of the two main advantages of online training. One is accessibility, and the other is low cost, because compared with classroom training, which involves additional cost on meals and venue, online training is really cost effective, that even the DOLE accredited STOs were able to reduce their registration fees. Thank you very much, ma'am.
So that is actually good news. Both TESDA and OSHC said that there's no going back. No? So there's no turning back, sabi nga ni ED. And Sir Herman is right. No? Yung sinabi mo, mas cost effective siya. Actually, with the online trainings, but it has become more inclusive. No? Kung dati, limited tayo sa ilan lang tao, but because it's online already, mas maraming participants. No? Pero yung mayroon pa rin kasing burning issue, no? Yung digital divide. Kasi sabi kanina ni ED, isang issue ay yung capacity ng learner. No? Pero yung access naman ay isa ring mahalagang pag-usapan. So, paano kaya natin ma-address yung digital divide? Lalo na doon sa mga micro, small enterprises, no? At saka yung mga, siguro yung mga learners natin na hindi pa talaga maalam, no, at walang access, walang wala doon sa kanilang lugar, no, walang mga wifi. So paano po kaya niyo i-address 'yon ng inyong mga organization? So siguro sige po sir,
Okay, yeah. In the design of our flexible learning, we have actually considered that one. That's why one of the learning mode is for those that do not have yet the capacity or whose problem actually is the infrastructure within the community in terms of internet connection. An institution, a learning institution, must be ready with a very, very purposive, designed competency-based learning material. And this will now, this is what we call the use of the distance learning mode. Okay, while that is a problem, the other on our part, the other recommendation was to back up blended learning, which is the combination of face-to-face and online learning with offline mode. Meaning to say, for example, they could actually access the learning materials in the school where there is connectivity, and then they could play the learning material via push technology, right, in their own computer, even without internet. And as a matter of fact, we have actually our Test the Online program, which I think you have heard about it, that have catered actually about almost 2 million from the start of the pandemic learners via this platform. We have upgraded this national, actually it's already a national platform in context, in the context of Tibet. Or it is a national platform that have actually now embraced our regions and our TPIs, our test the technology institutions in the different areas of provinces. This Test the Online program is developed at the central level, and this can now be used as a credit program. When we say it's a credit program, the architecture of the learning management system is is being facilitated by the trainer. So every trainer is given an account, and all the 100+ institutions have been provided rooms in our LMS. So this actually, we have also, the architecture has included that concern wherein what about if they don't have the internet capacity. So it's now backed up with an offline capability through the inclusion of an application. It's an application within the system, so that they can, even if they don't have the internet in their area, when they access this in areas where they have internet, the learning goes on, and it's even this is facilitated, actually, a credit program. Okay, so those are the initiatives that we have done in addressing such concern. But of course, in areas talaga na we don't have yet, we are promoting still the development of competency-based learning materials. That kasi the difference here is how does a trainer or institution design these materials so that it become interesting, and also it directly respond or addresses the learning objectives or the learning outcomes as we speak in Tibet, with the different activities that will be done by the learner via the distance from the institution. So those are the two important things that we've done.
So that's really bringing training to far-flung communities, no? So maganda yung sinabi nyo, a blended learning with offline mode. Okay. So thank you, Sir Herman. Kayo po.
Mama, there are also stakeholder initiatives that complement or may complement the OSHC effort to conduct online training and disseminate information through the social media. One example of stakeholders initiatives is the ILO program to restart the economy safely. I think one of the components of that program is the Department of Information and Communication Technology shall provide internet connections in the areas outside of NCR, which is the target for that ILO project. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Sir Herman. So maganda to, no, that the ILO is helping us, no, reach yung mga the unreached, okay, sectors. So now we go to some questions po. Siguro, Sir Herman, ito po, meron pong question for you, Mr. Edmundo Munchua. For OSH trainings, how do you assess the completeness and competency of safety training organizations and their trainers? How do you assess that participants learned from the training?
Prior to the conduct of the training, the STOs send us their request to conduct training together with the details such as date and the links. Through internet, we have the capability to monitor the conduct of the trainings real time, and also they also send us all the required post-training reports, including the evaluation of the participants. Thank you very much.
So thank you. So Edmundo, Mr. Edmundo Munchua, that is your answer from Sir Herman. ED David, ito naman po para sa inyo, no? From Christopher Merilos. Due to the pandemic, the TESDA accredited schools are still closed. How can we renew the expired NC2 for the skilled personnel?
Yeah, first of all, actually, as far as the accredited trainings and assessment centers are concerned, actually, we are allowed to operate on a 50% capacity. That is, we are allowed by the IATF to operate, actually. Meaning, if usually there are about 10 candidates for assessment that must be assessed in a time, then the 50% capacity is about 5. But depending 5. But on training, it depends actually on the area. Now, what I mean to say here is they are not actually closed. They are still open. And renewal of assessment national certificate is not in the assessment center, but you have applied this in the provincial offices of TESDA, and they are open. They are operating actually on a daily basis, except of course if they are being closed by by circumstance that there are positive employees in there. So they are still open, and they just go there, of course, just to inform what are the requirements for the renewal of a national certificate. One is you have to have a certificate that you have applied the competency or the qualification or the certificate, meaning an employment of in work can do, or any certification by community observation, or for example, because if you are a practitioner, self-practitioner of the skill that you have, then where you have worked at, or anyone that can witness that you are actually practicing the profession or the skill can do as a requirement. So that's actually the basic requirement, plus the certificate that is about to expire or that expired. And then, of course, the passport size ID, white background with collar, and the renewal fee of renewal fee. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So Sir Christopher, no, yun yung sagot ni ED David. Doon tayo pupunta sa provincial office, no, hindi dun sa accredited school, and open naman daw po yun. Okay? Now for Sir Henner, no, from Gemma Domingo, for OH nurses, any OSHC accredited STO can conduct the BOSH for nurses, not necessarily to get the training from OH and AP only. Ano po ba yung
Yes,
question?
ma'am.
Okay, sige.
Yes, ma'am. Aside from that particular DOLE accredited STO offering BOSS for nurses, the UP College of Public Health also offers BOSS for nurses. But regarding the other STOs, I think I have to check the updated list of accredited training courses that they offer. Thank you very much po.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to ask the Secretariat if Ms. Snyder is here in Zoom or wala siya. Dr. Ray? Okay, so siguro while waiting for the answer, may mga questions pa po sa inyo, ED David. From Engineer Romel Deloso. This is concerning national certification levels, no? NC Level 4 stated that leads in improvement of OSH program policies and procedures. Is this equivalent to the Safety Committee or another certification that develop programs, policies, and procedures as subject matter experts? Or a certification specific to developing OSH programs?
No, my presentation a while ago just want to show, because of course the BOSH program is with the center and DOLE, no. But what we would like to emphasize in there is the competencies of BOSH are actually also some of the competencies are integrated along the different certification levels of TESDA. Okay? So that in usually in NC1, because in the generic descriptor of an NC1 program is a helper level, and NC2 is a skilled level or semi-skilled level. NC1, NC2 is skilled level. So NC3 is with supervisory level, meaning one that can actually resolve concerns of skilled workers. Okay, so NC4 is more on with what a managerial type of skills. Okay, along a qualification or a job role. So meaning to say, within these levels, like if you are an NC2 skilled level, meaning to say then that at least if you're a skilled level, you should be practicing. This occupational safety and health practices. What actually what other training centers are doing is to coordinate with DOLE, and for the implementation of this one. So DOLE goes there. That's why in my message, this must also be implemented in collaboration with the stakeholders, particularly with the Department of Labor and Employment, because they have, of course, the experts. So we invite them and to conduct the training. In addition, as part of the whole training for a Tibet course. So my presentation a while ago on these different occupational health safety learning outcomes are actually integrated. How to conduct it? Of course, this is in partnership with the stakeholders.
Okay, so thank you, Edie. Edie, since you mentioned the NC levels, kanina may nakita ako na 5 levels yan, di ba? NC level 1 to level 5. Alin doon yung may pinakamarami tayo na graduates? At alin yung wala pa? Or medyo hirap?
Yeah, that is in terms of our Tibet programs. You mean to say the different levels of the Tibet programs?
Yung kanina yung sa OSH, related to OSH, yung level 1 yung follow OSH policies, tapos yung second level ay practice,
yes.
Tapos di ba lead, tapos manage. Alin doon yung may pinakamarami na may graduates ba? At
Okay.
iba na wala pa?
Okay. So it's like this, ma'am. We do not conduct those learning outcomes of which are part of the BOSH program separately, because these are integrated in the Tibet program. Okay, these are integrated so that when a learner performs in the laboratory or in the training area, then as these BOSH practices must be observed while they are doing their actual training program. So, hindi po namin tinitingnan na graduate siya ng BOSH level 3. Wala pong ganun. Baka pagagalitan ako ni Sir German, ha? Sasabihin niya, "Oh, bakit meron kayong ganun?" Okay, what we mean there is itong mga ito ay naka-integrate doon sa aming mga training program. So, ang binibilang natin dito is ilang graduates ng Tibet NC2, NC3, NC4, NC5. So ito yung courses.
Okay. So,
integrate lang ang mga yon po.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification.
Thank you for that question para na-clarify po tayo.
Sige po. So Sir Herman, kayo naman po, kanina na-mention ko doon sa presentation ni Ms. Dang Snyder, meron tayong 88 na STOs. May plans po ba talaga ang OSHC na expand pa yon, na padamihin pa yung accredited safety training organizations natin, given na napakarami na po talaga nating dapat i-cater, no?
Yes, ma'am. Ang trust po talaga ng OSHC is to encourage more organizations to apply for accreditation as STO. Kasi ideally, the OSHC should be more on monitoring the quality of trainings being conducted by the STOs and not to compete with them in the conduct of training. However, given the situation, we have to, as Secretary Silvestre H. Bello stated earlier, he instructed the OSHC to exponentially increase the number of free training batches to serve prospective participants who do not have the financial capability to spend for registration fees, training registration fees. But for next year, as reflected in our work and financial plan for 2022, the number of trainings will be the number of mandatory occupational safety and health trainings such as BOSS for SO2, BOSS for SO1, and construction occupational safety and health training will be greatly reduced. We will just focus on the informal sector and the micro and small but financially challenged establishments. Thank you very much po.
So, malaking bagay po actually yung free free trainings yung ngayong pandemic, and a lot of yung mga of companies are really appreciated. So, para magiging focus po next year ay informal sector, micro and small and financially challenged. So the bigger ones, yung mga medium-sized and tsaka large establishments ay ipapaubayan yun na sa mga STOs. No?
Yes, ma'am. Yung po kasi yung idea, that should be, yung po kasi yung ideal, dapat yung mga financially capable establishments, they should avail of the services of accredited STOs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, ED David, ito po meron pong question from another attendee, no? Sabing ganon, during this pandemic, can test the adjust or change their strict program that once a certification is expired even for 1 day, can no longer be renewed unless you go back to zero and do the training again?
I'm a little bit confused, no? Can you read again the question?
Okay, sige po. In this time of COVID-19 pandemic, can test the adjust or change their strict program that once a certification is expired, even for 1 day, the participant can no longer be renewed unless you go back to zero and do the training again.
Ma'am, I think that is not the policy. Okay. For renewal, the first policy is actually one can renew or start applying for the renewal actually a month before. You did not wait on the last day. However, even if the certificate even if the applicant applied after the expiration of their certificate, the policy is not to go back and attend again the assessment because expired nga eh. So what the only time that we require that one has to undergo the assessment again is if the training regulation that covers the certification has been amended or enhanced or it has been migrated. So ibig sabihin may mga changes doon sa competencies, it has been approved by the TESDA board, mahirap na proseso yon. That's the only time that they are required. The other one is meaning to say nag-iba yung content ng at the time that you are now renewing, nag-iba yung content ng certification ninyo, iba na yung mga competencies, either may nadagdag or may nabawas, then you are required to undergo again for reason that you have to prove that you are competent in those new competencies added or changed competencies. So yun yung isang situation. But as far as na late lang siya ng 1 day or a week or a month, I don't think so that they are required to undergo the assessment. Yun po, ma'am.
Thank you for clarifying po. I'm sure narinig po yung ating participant. Ano? I learned that Ms. Snyder is here pero may problema siya sa connection. No? Talagang yan ang number one problem natin. While talking about the digital world, talagang connectivity natin. So she will answer questions related to her presentation daw po sa chat box. Okay? So sige po. Ayan, marami pa po. Okay lang po ba? May time pa po kayo, ED, David and Sir Herman. Marami pa mapasok na mga questions?
No problem, ma'am.
Sige po, okay. So, Sir Herman, ito pa para sa inyo. Sabi gano'n ni Julian Corpus. Thank you for coming up with these strategies to ensure provision of continuous training despite the threat of the current pandemic crisis. One of the requirements under IRRs of RA 9514 and RA 11058 is the conduct of regular fire drill. At this time, how can organizations comply with this requirement while complying as well with the minimum health protocols mandated by the IATF? Is it possible that OSHC and BFP can collaborate on the conduct of a possible digital fire drill for establishments? How can you assist us in this concern? So digital fire drills now, sir, is that possible? Sir, nakamute po kayo. Yan, okay.
Okay. Ma'am, I think we have to check that with the Bureau of Fire and Bureau of Fire Protection if they allow virtual fire drill. But for the other drills such as the disaster preparedness, the earthquake drills, the NDRRMC already made some adjustments. We are no longer required to go out of the building because of the minimum safety and health protocols. We are no longer required to go out of the building and assemble at the meeting area to avoid or to ensure that the safety and health protocols are maintained. Thank you very much po.
Thank you. ED, ito po isa pong tanong from Harold Relatado. During this pandemic, does TESDA continue to conduct assessment and certifications for heavy equipment operators?
Yes, ma'am. As long as the LGU in the place where the assessment center is allows it. Kasi as far as the AATF is concerned, it has allowed with at least with the capacity of 50%. Ibig sabihin, pag heavy equipment, wala naman tayong talagang problema kasi maluwang-luwang yung ground kung saan sila mag-undergo ng assessment. Kaya lang, we have to conform also with the LGU protocols. So if the LGU allows, then there's no problem. And I think most already of our LGUs are allowing it.
So, thank you po, thank you. So for as long as the LGU allows, no, ay meron. It has not, DESTA has not stopped its assessment and certification for heavy equipment operators.
Yes.
Okay. So kanina po doon sa mga presentations, ano, actually for the three speakers, ano, I noticed na you give premium to mental health. Mental health, okay? Mental health in the workplace as part of OSH. Yan ang isa sa pinakamahalaga at parang talagang kailangan i-emphasize ngayon kung dati ay hindi siya masyadong na-emphasize, no? Pero pag nagko-conduct po ng mental health, as part of the curriculum, ano yung key message na binibigay nyo sa ating participants? Siguro po sige si ED, mukhang nag-iisip ka na.
Yeah, I am not actually the trainer, but I am aware. In our organization, we are actually conducting that. That is a mandatory requirement. We are doing that for all our employees, and also we are actually developing now a program that we would like to include in the Test Online program so that it can be accessed by the public. But as to yung content. Yeah, I'm not knowledgeable as to the content. Okay. It's my staff actually doing it. It's my colleague. Yeah.
Okay lang po. Thank you po. So, Sir Herman?
Like Sir David po, I'm not really involved in the discussion of the module on mental health. But during the development of the module on mental health in the workplace, one of our identified objectives is to explain the provisions of the DOLE-DO on mental health in the workplace. So definitely our resource persons explain the provisions and how to comply with the provisions of the DOLE-DO on mental health. Thank you very much po.
So, thank you. Thank you, Sir Herman. Idi David, ito po, okay, anonymous attendee. Where and how can we have our STO accredited by TESTA regarding EMS? Ay, nakamute po kayo, sir.
The accreditation process starts at the regional offices. They go at the provincial offices, I mean. They go to the provincial office, they'll be provided by the list that of requirements to comply. Then once they have complied, they will to request for inspection of their facilities and also of the curricular requirements.
So thank you po, sir. For Sir Herman, actually medyo nasagot mo na to kanina, Sir Herman, kasi tanong ni Ruel Felipe Ruiz, no? Considering the striking impact of the enumerated challenges and disadvantages to a successful delivery of a training program, would OSHC consider passing the execution of e-class or online training to highly qualified and accredited training organizations so that it can focus on its mandate to regulate and audit TOs rather than competing with them, as well as putting more efforts and investment to improve training contents, methods, certifications, oversight, and arrangements to maintain a holistic and exclusive protection. So basically, may dadagdag po ba kay Sir Herman? Pero kanina na-mention niya na yan that we will be focusing on micro, small, and financially challenged organizations and the informal sector.
Yes, ma'am. Siguro po, I would like to assure Engineer Ruiz that we are geared towards that direction for next year. By the way, Engineer Ruiz is a good friend of ours. He used to work with the Bureau of Working Conditions.
So, okay, thank you very much. So siguro po kasi parang 45 minutes, I took 45 minutes of your time already. Napakatagal at napaka-interesting ng ating open forum, no? Siguro po one final, as we close, no, this session, may I request for a final message from both of you. Kung may gusto po ba kayo idagdag relative dun sa ating trust, no, sabi nyo kanina kasi there's no turning back, definitely. Pag tutuloy-tuloy na yung ating yung use of online platforms for training, and we are focusing on certain sectors, no, so that we address yung digital divide, no. So any more messages that you'd like to say to the participants? Sir Herman, pwede po kayo mauna.
Okay, thank you very much po. To our stakeholders, rest assured that we will continue delivering not only training, not only information dissemination, but we are ready with our technical services that we offer to our stakeholders. Please follow us on FB, Twitter, and frequently visit our website for the announcement on our forthcoming trainings, mini webinars, and other related activities. Thank you very much po.
Thank you very much, Sir Herman. ED David.
Yeah, thank you also. Well, occupational safety and health is a very vital and critical component also of Tibet, because it deals with the development of workers in the labor market, particularly workers that are involved with the handling of equipment, okay, and other skills-related occupations. So Tesla will always remain a partner of the stakeholders in promoting and advocating the necessity of occupational safety and health. And Tesla will always be a partner in the development of a quality blue-collar manpower. And let me just end by saying that I could just share what Alvin Toffler said, that the illiterate of the 21st century are those who cannot read or write, but it is those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. So as stakeholders, we must be one in leading our community to change the mindset of, instead going back to the conventional, let's face the music, let's face the challenges of a digital economy. Thank you very much.
Very well said, ED David, no? So thank you very much to our speakers, Executive Director David Bongalion and Mr. Herman from OSHC. And that ends our session. I hope na kayo po lahat ay safe and healthy. Okay, so God bless po. Thank you.
Once again, we would like to thank our resource persons, moderator, and participants for a very productive discussion. We will now present the certificates of appreciation to Executive Director Ama Charisma Lobrin Satumba for her invaluable contribution as moderator. Executive Director David B. Bongalion, Mr. Herman D. Esser Jr., and Ms. Rodora B. Snyder for being our resource persons. Thank you, everyone. Please don't forget to accomplish the evaluation form for day 1. We hope you enjoyed today's sessions. See you all tomorrow.